That's that one. Come here. Yeah, stay on that one.
Hola.
Greetings.
Namaste. Somebody's missing.
I just sent it to him.
Oh, this is gonna be fun.
There
There
he
he
is.
is.
Can we fix the layout so it's just us four?
Meaning,
Namaste,
Just
everyone.
do fixed boxes.
I think that's all I can get, Tans. That's because on the grid, the maximum is 4 to that side. I don't think it gives me 3 with the
I
main box.
I can advise you on that.
Please do.
When you open up those options, you get about 4 different.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I do.
Choose the second one.
All right, which is the right.
There we go.
All right.
Yes, this is what I wanted.
Oh, so I'm not in the big box. All right, let's see. I'm not special.
We're gonna start roasting you first, I think.
You do realize it's unfair that I'm the one being seen and you guys are not. But then again, I'm not in charge, so I will keep mum. Okay then, a Harley Quinn. Interesting, rather interesting. All right then. That one is. So she's Harley Quinn. Here's the Riddler. I wonder what Alien T1 is going to be.
Chop chop, alien.
I did not receive
Sir.
a memo for this part.
Sir. All you have to do is download it. Go pick the one you like. Why do you think I sent that to you?
Oh,
So
jeez.
we're gonna have to talk about that. We're gonna have to put it through a time machine because you did a great job depicting my grandfather on that one. Much love.
Yeah, I don't care. Go pick one. It is themed. Also, Saul's cup says placid.
So, if Pika is Holly, Saul is Riddler, so which leaves Two-Face, Joker, Penguin. Who else? Let's see who he's coming as. Unless he's coming as Alfred. Mr. Freeze. All right. All right.
That's the one you like the most? Okay.
Mr. Freeze. This is epic.
I'm so sad that the cups aren't showing because Saul says placid and Alien Tease has a little alien on it.
I will fix it.
I don't know how to fix them. But yeah. So we have that. Hindu Batman didn't work, just so you're aware. I was gonna give you one, but yeah, it didn't go the way I wanted it to.
Hindu Batman. That's like putting Lord Shiva in a batsuit. That's
Well, so I did want to ask you. So whenever everyone's ready to get started, I am ready. I do have a question. Oh,
right.
So you know how you say you're not a guru?
Right.
Do you know what some believe guru to mean?
Do I know what what guru means?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, remover of darkness.
Is this why you like Batman?
I always, I don't know, because what, he's a Dark Knight.
That's why I'm asking. Because I was doing some researching and I found that out and I went, that's really interesting. He likes Batman, and that's what guru means, even though he states not a guru.
Right, but I'm also fascinated by the Undertaker.
Dispeller of darkness. That is what guru means. So I feel like it's still tracking. So, anywhooser, would you like to intro us to what, let everybody know what we're doing?
Remember, I'm the guest, sweetie. You three are the hosts.
All right. Well, you don't have your round table in the background, so...
You guys were supposed to do. That's me. I don't remember with this life. I don't have rights to anything. I'm just a guest.
Alrighty. Well, so... Hi, everybody. Welcome to Tantra's Roundtable, where Tantra is in the hot seat this week, and myself and my co-hosts, Placid and Alien T, will be roasting and toasting him with 1,000 questions. So do like, share. This should be a lot of fun. Welcome, everybody. As you can see, we have a theme. And Alien's going to have to tell me how he fixed it so that we can see Placid's
I
color.
minimized it with a screenshot. That's all.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, well. His cup just says Placid, that's it. He is the Riddler, Gabrielle.
Riddler. Yeah, these are great. Well done,
Thank you.
Pika. I like the theme. Looks good.
So let me get this straight. Just because, so you guys you guys found out that I'm a great Batman fan. So you guys decided to go with a Batman theme.
Apparently, Pika did. I wasn't aware of it until a few minutes before, and I saw this cool stuff. So here it is.
No, it makes sense because when she and I am supposed, when she and I are going to sit at a round table where I am the host and she's the guest, the picture that she had sent me a few weeks back would be used, where it's Harley Quinn and Batman sitting with a mic between both of them.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Are you ready, Tantra, to be
Yeah.
investigated,
Well,
exposed? We're gonna let people know the truth about what's really going on.
yeah. Go ahead. I had an experience. I had my experience today with Sean. So that was like so. That was the prelude or the preview. So yeah,
Good.
get it.
So
Let's hit it running.
let's get into it. First, let me go ahead and see. Alien T, Pika, did you guys want to start off? Did you have something specific? Oh, there it is.
Yeah. Well, it's not that one she said, but it's the other one. But that's what I'll definitely use to.
I made many.
I know.
Nice.
I'm okay if Pika wants to take the reins and just let it flow. You decide if that's okay, Placid.
Yeah, I'm good.
Wonderful. So I'm gonna continue with the roundtable type theme. I have questions similar to the ones that I asked Saul, but slightly augmented. So first and foremost, we want to get to know Tantra and Ravi. So who is Ravi? Because we know Tantra.
Right.
Let's start there.
Okay. Yeah. Let's start there. So Ravi was born in Trinidad and Tobago, in the Twin Island of Trinidad and Tobago. I was born to two Hindu parents. My mom was a Vaishnava. My dad was a Shakta. Right? They were my foundation, my everything. When it came to spirituality, even though my mom was not, she didn't spend much time with me because she died at a very young age. She taught me she was doing pujas and any different thing. I was always with her. She was always moving me about, carrying me here, carrying me by. When she was going, her sisters had their prayers with her. So I was always around her and I saw a lot of stuff and she taught me a lot of stuff. Right? My dad was a typical dad. You know, roof over your head, food in your stomach, clothes in your back, send you to school. But yet, when my mom died, he became everything to me. So my real teaching and the strength of my foundation as a Hindu started with my dad in that aspect. He taught me the majority of things that I know as a Hindu. As Ravi, I went primary school, I went secondary, I did business in school, POA, POB, accounts, maths, English, and so forth. I got distinctions in most of them. In my early 20s, I fell in love with computers. That sparked a whole new, different life because I consumed it like there was no tomorrow. Once it was a computer, a phone, a tablet, or something like that, I was in it. I wanted to learn it as much as I could. To that extent, I am an IT tech. I am a certified DJ. I am a certified sound engineer and sound editor. So I could do commercials, I could do editing and all these different things.
That's wonderful. Thank you for telling us absolutely nothing about Robbie except other people in his life. Appreciate it. However, who's Robbie?
Very simple person. Not much can be said about him. I'm very simple, very much down to it. All right, very, very, very much down to it. There's nothing special to me. I'm like everybody else. I try to work hard. I try to be nice with people. I try to live as best as I could. I face life and struggles. All right. That's really about it. There's nothing special
That's
for
more
me.
like
I
it.
don't. Yeah.
And I disagree with that last statement. However, I'm going to pass it off for a Saul question. Placid, if you're ready.
I am. So you said that there wasn't too much to Ravi, that he's into computers, knows some about, I guess, multimedia.
Mm-hmm.
My question to you is, what matters to you most when it comes to your spiritual growth? What matters to Robbie most when it comes to spiritual
What matters to me most when it comes to my spiritual growth is that I am able to do it at the best that I could, as much as I could, in every aspect of it. Not for the purpose of presenting it to people as a present, or, oh, look what I can do, but for my growth, because it has been everything to me. It has been a lifeline. It has been that barrier that protects me. So for me, I want to be able to do it as much as I could, as the best as I could, or even more. If I can transcend beyond the aspect of spirit, beyond what books has given me, and go more deeper into the spiritual realm that I am already in, yeah, that's me. But I want to do it as best as I could, as truthfully as I could.
So authenticity means a lot to you. You want to do the best. And what does the best mean? What does that mean to you?
Truth. For me, will always be truth. What is meant to be done and the way it should be done. Not dressed up, not paraded in a particular manner, or this and that. If it's meant to be done in a particular way, let it be done in that particular way. If it's in its simplest form or elaborate form. What needs to be done has to be done, and do it.
Just to pause for a second, everybody in here, I know we will be allowing other people to come up later on. This is just, we are interviewing Ravi right now, so I don't want people to think that we're just dismissing them in the comments. I know y'all want to come up. There will be a time for that, I promise. Placid, if you want to continue, you can. Otherwise, pass it on to the next question for AT. We're going to go around.
Yeah, I've got another question before I pass it forward. Family. Do you are you married? Do you have kids? What's the fam circumstance?
All right. So no, I'm not married. I don't have kids at this point. I don't have a love interest at this point also. So I am single. As I said earlier, and I gave a little leeway to when Sean asked me. My spirituality has given a little hindrance to where that is concerned, where my relationship is concerned, because as much, I'm a nice person to talk to be around, and all these different things. The path that I chose to walk, the person I choose to become, and the things I chose to do was not the cup of tea of other people. So that in itself caused a hindrance in the aspect of finding someone.
Okay. I'm gonna circle back to that later. But for now, Alien, you're up.
All right. I'm Mr. Freeze. I have to use the cool voice. Okay.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
So, Ravi, tantra child, my Caribbean friend, soul brothers. I am honored to be part of this panel and on this platform, because you run an amazing live, and I just wanted to say thank you for having me here. And everyone in the comments, you're going to get a chance to come up soon. My question is this, and it's a two-part question. So we have Ravi and we have Tantra Child. Tell me, what does Ravi admire most about Tantra Child?
There's a harsh truth to that question. For the longest while, I had tried to separate both, which it's a lie. It's a farce. Tantra Child and Ravi is not separated. They are the same person. But I created a persona that they were two different persons, that I can switch one off and on at different intervals, which was a lie. All right. Tantra Child becomes a place where I can go where I wanted to go when I didn't want to deal with the world. I did not want to deal with life and all this bullshit. and so forth. So it became a place of sanctuary. But that was a lie. That was a lie I was living. Because eventually, what affected Ravi affected Tantra Child because it would spew out and spill out while I'm doing what I do. What I admire about Tantra Child is that, you know, he stands for truth. I try my best to make him stand for truth and stand up for righteousness in every aspect. He has become, my persona has become something of an idol for me that I now need to work to measure up to. Because you guys been seeing Tantra Child most of the time. You guys have not really been seeing Ravi. So right now, it's time for me to actually put two of them together so that when you see one, you see the other. You're not seeing one and the other one is more or less trying to run away an aspect. So he is more or less an idol. He's a hero. But now I need to more or less merge both of them to be more than they are. Because why? One cannot exist without the other. And for the longest while, I've been portraying that they are separate. That's like Hulk trying to separate from Bruce Banner. Can't happen in some aspect.
I totally resonate with that. Beautiful, beautiful response. The next part, of course, what does Tantra Child admire most about Ravi?
His humbleness. That he honors where he comes from. He appreciates it. He doesn't look against it. He loves it, and it is his foundation. And coming from that particular not having much, he goes as far as he could go and how much he's allowed to help people and assist. Does he falter? Yes. Does he fail at times? Yes. But yet he still tries. As much he might be persecuted, he doesn't take it upon himself to heal or deal with it, to more or less try to fix. He sticks to what it is he's focused on, which can be bad at times, because if you're injured, you need to see how much you're bleeding. But the idea is that he puts other people first before himself.
Nice to meet you. Pika, that was beautiful. Thank you, Ravi. And Tantra Child.
Well, I guess I won't go into the roasting part yet. We'll toast
No.
first, because after that, it just makes me seem like an asshole. So one question that I really liked, I got to ask Saul, was, what is something that you believe in that you think others would think that you were batshit, literally, if they knew about that?
What is something that I believe in that people would think is batshit? Meaning it's like weird or odd?
Crazy.
Yeah.
Lulu.
What in particular would I be more or less? What do I believe in? Simple. The sanctity of love, that it still exists.
Meaning
the old chivalry, the old aspects of what we were taught in the 80s, how love was back in the 80s with the ballads and roses and whatever, that aspect which I grew up in. I still believe that aspect of love is still there, even though it has been remade, rehashed, remodified and whatever. I still believe in the old ways of pursuing someone in aspect. And some people might fall, okay, in the modern day, that's different. Now you could be pursued by a woman. You don't need to be the pursuing, whatever. I still believe in being a gentleman and being all the things that I was taught and I was programmed with growing up through the 80s.
Well, I don't think that's crazy. But...
No, but some people, modern day individuals, the different generations will think that different. You may not think, because you and I might be within the same spectrum. Other people will be different.
I love that. All right. So, since they did two-parters, I'm just gonna go to my next question.
Mm-hmm.
The other one I really liked was, if you had a warning label, what would it say? And also one for Tantra, one for Ravi.
No. If it's going to be, it's going to be for both. I'm not going to separate it.
Good.
It's not fun separating it in this aspect because what I'm going to give is going to go for both. I'm not allowed to use profanity by chance.
I fucking hope so, or I'm screwed.
So you know that thing, you know that aspect, fuck around and find out. All right? Yeah. That's going to be my thing. Please do. It's not going to beware or this, that. Please do.
Please do what?
That's it. Please do. For those who know my mentality will mean, okay, he's baiting you. He's baiting you to fuck around and you're gonna find out.
What exactly would they find out if one fucked around?
Many different things. It depends on what zone I'm in. So many people do not.
Teeth, huh? Don't do
No,
this
no,
to
no,
me.
no,
I'm
no.
gonna
I'm
pull
gonna.
it.
I am going to go where I'm going to tell you. So a lot of people don't know that I am trained in. I love martial arts. I grew up watching John Woo movies and Bruce Lee and Dragon Lee movies. So when I went to St. Augustine in '96 to '98, I trained under Don Jacobs. I'm from the Don Root system and Christopher Francis in Trinidad. So I have martial background. So, and I still do one or two katas now and again, just because I love it that bad. So I have that in aspect. I'm very maniacal and twisted when I'm ready. I like if I'm to torture somebody, I'll do it slow, very slow.
Hashtag cancer, everybody. Placid, you're up.
I think that's really interesting. So you seem to have this boldness. So let me ask this: let's go back in time a little bit. What was the most crazy thing that you did as a teenager?
Most craziest thing I did as a teenager. Crazy for me would be now getting my license from the license office. It didn't make it 24 hours. The ink didn't dry properly on the license. I took my cousin's car and went driving without him knowing and anyone else. I took it for a spin.
Here we go, Grand Theft Auto. All right.
Yeah, and it was a stick, so you had to be changing gears. So yeah.
How did that turn out? Did anything get damaged or?
Nope. Nothing got. I wasn't where I was on the main road, what we would call a main road in Trinidad here. So you couldn't. It wasn't a back road where you could have not let loose. So yeah, but
what was what was that like growing up in Trinidad? I mean, as Indian ethnicity in Trinidad, what was that like?
All right. So growing up in Trinidad as an Indian in the 80s wasn't, depending on where you are, if you're low income, middle income, or that based on your family earnings, it varied. We were not necessarily poor, but we didn't have a lot of extras. So I grew up in a house that you call a tapia house. A tapia house would be a house that is made out of straw and dirt that they would use, they would what we call lepe, but smooth out the wall. You can paint it and whatever. It had galvanized roofing, everything. It was a dry water house. So in rainy season, my grandmother would put pots and pans in different spots because the roofing had holes in it. But we always had food. We was not eating chicken and such every day. We will be eating more vegetarian during the week, and more than we'll eat meat during the weekend. But it was a place that was home was nice. It was a place filled with love. Going to school was a little tedious. Me growing up as a Hindu, not having the knowledge that other people would have, a lot of people would bombard you. Why it is one of your gods looks like a monkey, one has snakes, why they have so many hands, why they're riding on different animals and so forth. You're young, you're not studying why who's Lakshmi, who's Shiva, who's this, who's that one. You're not studying that. You're starting to play games. You're starting to play hide and seek, marble pitch, those kind of things. Right? You're studying like, oh my God, the teacher gave homework again. God, can I get away from this? But it had its pros and cons, but it was good. It wasn't bad in us. I didn't have a bad experience. The main just the questions about the different deities. That was it, because I didn't have answers. But other than that, I grew up safe and good.
Nice. Okay. And
let me put this out there. I wasn't bullied. I was the bully.
You were the bully. Were you an only child, or did you have?
Nope.
Siblings?
I have an older brother. He's 4 years older than me.
And okay, last question, then I'll pass it over to Alien T.
Yeah. Go ahead.
When it comes to your brother, who's more in charge, you or your brother?
When it comes to I give him the rights of being an elder brother, which I will never overstep his boundaries whenever as an elder brother. I always give him that rights. When it comes to things of spirituality or things that I'm more in control of, I take that assertion that, okay, I know better because I've been around stuff, I know about different things. But when it comes to who is older, I always give him that respect in every form or fashion. I do not overstep my boundaries. I am always the younger brother.
Okay, got it. Alien.
All right, beautiful. So Tantra Child, you belong to the community. Your efforts are appreciated.
Mm-hmm.
Tell us the main driving force behind what you do for the spiritual community. What is it?
My main driving force is to be able to teach as much as I can. It started with Hinduism, because that will always be my foundation, my backbone. But as time grew and I grew within TikTok, it became different. It expanded from not just being Hinduism. It became about spirituality, where I'm able to sit with different practitioners, different individuals of different parts and speak about the pros and cons of spirituality. If we can teach people about spiritual baths using different oils, candles, whatever that they can do, simple things to help them within their home, within their family, to get some sort of, aid or relief in aspect. So it changed from just being Hinduism, which I still do based on different topics that I'm asked about, but it has more or less expanded to the point where it's more about spirituality in the whole, which is not just core. It's just not one aspect again. It's not just one thing that some people would just go on. I have found being diverse is more healthier and more, more essential in aspect, and you reach a much more people in doing that.
Yeah, that's beautiful. So you saw a need.
Mm-hmm.
That was something was lacking. So what is it?
So what was lacking when I got the vision, or I got that intuition, or however you want to put it, that epiphany or awakening to come on TikTok, is that I looked around within my own country. There were a lot of individuals with titles and not mantles. There was a lot of people speaking things from no foundation, no scripture, or actually no experience. They just had exposure. And a lot of people were falling by the wayside. A lot of people were becoming crippled spiritually because they were following these individuals. They were being persecuted when they were asking questions. And these were individuals that held many are different titles and positions in places, and they were not giving scripture an aspect. They was not explaining to people what they needed to understand so they could more apply themselves, because now they have the knowledge to do that. And I took up that aspect of doing that. It was difficult doing it, I would say, because I did not have an idea. I literally didn't know how. I know what is I would have liked to do, but how to go about it, I was very much unsure. So it was very tedious and stumbling at the beginning, trying to put together what would now be my repertoire, right? So, but like to be able to read all the different books, have the different knowledge, be able to connect different doctrines and all the different things, and even connect different faiths that may have things in similarity. That has always been a task. That is a work by itself. It takes effort. But by the grace of God, I have been doing that, and I was able to do that and connect with a lot of people. A lot of people resonated with my style. What I did when I came onto TikTok, I looked at the play field to see what people was doing, how they were doing it. Were people doing the things that I had an idea for? And when I realized, okay, they were doing it different and they wasn't doing the way I wanted to do it, because at the end of the day, I put myself in the position of a regular person that wanted to learn, that had questions. So I played the teacher and I played the student. And I looked at how I would more or less execute it. That is why you will always hear me say, when I'm explaining something, I would explain it as much as where I could break it down as where a child would understand. If a child could understand it, an adult would more than understand, because we needed that. Because people were teaching things or saying things without any receipts, without any references, without any stories, without any doctrines, and people were running 100 miles per hour with it, and they were not getting results, or they didn't understand thoroughly how. They did not know how to ask some people because they were being abused. These individuals were too busy. So I took that responsibility to try to give them someone that they could sit down with. They could ask a million questions, and I would, answer that a million times over.
Well, thank you for being that change in the world you wish to see. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Pika.
If you check in your other phone at some point, you can see some options if you want a background as cool as ours. Just gonna throw that out there. However, I'm gonna take this kind of moment to roast a little bit.
Go ahead.
So they say that wisdom comes with age, but I guess reading all those books has kind of given you that head start. So if someone asked you to do something practical rather than book, as like changing a tire or cooking a more, lofty meal rather than hot dogs or something. I don't know.
Right.
Could they?
Yes, they could.
You can change a tire?
Yeah. Know how to change a tire, know how to change the oil in the engine and so forth, know how to grease the bearings and all those different things, know how to cook without using a recipe, without watching it, knowing what it is, just know the ingredients, know how to eyeball and measure ingredients out down to the salt without tasting it. I lived on Food Network.
Can we expect a Tantra Child cooking special at some point?
I may do something like that when I am in Canada. Just saying.
That could be a lot of fun.
I may try to make poutine.
Oh gosh, I don't even know how to make that. I mean, yeah. Anyway, so I've never met someone who knows more about Hindu scripture and can recite it to verse as well as Tantra. But let's be honest, the only thing that he worships more than Kali Ma is Batman. Why do you have such an interest in this particular character?
Good question. I mean, I could go the easy way and say, growing up, that was the hero to every situation. They always must have a hero. I can give you that answer, but that would be a lie. So growing up, I struggled with low self-esteem. I struggled with my weight. How I looked and whatever. I struggled with that very badly, and it eventually played a mental aspect to me. But through spirituality, I was able to more or less break those cycles, break those change in aspect. Bruce, as in Batman, as in Bruce Wayne, was always someone I resonated with. One, the Dark Knight, always moving at night, not necessarily moving in day. I'm a child in the night. I don't do much during the day. I'm always up at night, researching, reading. So I was always a child in the night. Bruce, father as being Bruce Wayne, looking at Bruce Wayne, I grew up with humble being not having much money and whatever, when people could have bought the brand new Nike, or let's say in the 90s was the new Jordan or the Patrick Ewing sneakers because of basketball. I would have to wait about 3 months and whatever to be able to get something like that with savings and whatever. So it was difficult. While people could have buy things lavish, I wasn't able to do that. I didn't have that. So I always fantasized to the point that one day I want to be like him. I wanted to do what I do like him. So me make Ravi into Bruce Wayne, to where I have money and don't necessarily need it, and I can do what I please because I have it. Become something that fits the essence of Batman. And I think that I kind of did it up to that point. It might sound weird, it might sound stupid, but it's kind of like me and Tantra Child. Tantra Child becomes the Dark Knight. Ravi becomes Bruce Wayne. Because where I am with my knowledge, where I am with money and my work and what I do, I have money. I have done a lot of stuff. Look what I have created. I have created my own Batcave. I have my own YouTube channel, TikTok channel. I have all my toys. Right? I do what I do as Tantra Child. I do lives at night. I talk about spirituality and whatever. I deal with people who have questions and flex their muscles. So I kind of created my own version of Batman and Bruce Wayne.
Yeah, you know they say in this type of, I don't know if this is the same metaverse, but anyway, whatever. With great knowledge comes great responsibility, right?
That's from Spider-Man. Okay, well, go ahead.
I know it's Spider-Man, but I was whatever. Anyway, hey, I'm not as into all of this particular genre.
I think what you might look for. All right, so what you might be looking for is what Alfred told Bruce and Batman Begin when he asked him, "Why do we fall?" The answer is that so we can learn to pick ourselves up.
But yeah. So I'm gonna stick with mine because then my joke still works. So with great power comes great responsibility, but you take it to a whole new level. You're like if Batman spent his whole time in the library instead of fighting crime. And with that, I pass it to Saul.
I love the Batman series, especially the Dark Knight.
Yeah. I actually have it on a hard drive.
Yeah.
The Gotham series you're talking about, right?
What's that?
There's the Gotham series you're talking about, right?
No. The movies. So the Dark Knight.
With Christian Bale. Yeah, I have all those too. I have from Michael Keaton Come Straight Up.
Nice. My favorite of those was with Bane. He actually, for me, was a bit more interesting, but that specific one, Batman Rises, in that we see basically Batman broken, and his attempts failed, and it was done. He was at the bottom of everything. Have you ever experienced anything like that in your life, where you were essentially in Blackgate prison, or in this bottomless prison, and you needed to find your way out?
Yeah, that would be just before I became Tantra Child. This would not been when my dad died in 2001 and I stepped away from the religion, and 9 years after I walked back it. This would be when I did come back from the age of like 33 or so forth, when I came back like the prodigal son. I was still in a dark place. I had a lot of negativity. A lot of my aura was dirty and in every aspect. I was arrogant. I was angry with a lot of stuff. But those were the things I brought on myself because I did not know how to let go. I did not know how to let go. I'm not going to use detach. I did not know how to let go of things. I clinched the things more than anything else. And because of that, there was a lot of people that I hurt. A lot of people that sought me for advice, for information, and I was like a ravaged dog. I was like a wounded dog. The closer you get to me is more that I wanted to attack you. You made a mistake, and I was colder than ice itself. The Arctic was not colder than me, and I was in a very bad place. And I had to be destroyed. My mother, my spiritual mommy that I love more than Kali Mata, had to destroy me. So she broke me in aspect. She created a scenario, and where I was broken in the midst of in the public eye. And I had to more or less humble myself. Literally humble myself. It took a lot. It took a few years. It took about 3 years for me to do that. And even when I started the process of cultivating tantra because I was getting the ideas and I was questioning. My mom was like, what are you planning to do? Me? Why me? I don't deserve this. This doesn't make sense for me because I'm not that person. I just went through hellfire and brimstone. I am the last person that needs to be teaching people. And my mom taught me different. She's like, why not you? She said, she said to me that I was going to resurrect you among everyone that hated you, who envied you, who despised you, and they would exalt you. They will be people that will come to love you. I never believed it. Honestly, I never believed it, but look where I am today. But I had that fall. I had that serious fall, and it was painful. It was painful. It was worse than getting kicked in the nuts or getting kicked in the stomach. It was worse than not eating for 5 days and that burning desire of hunger in your system. It was worse. It was a pain that you could not let go. I could not. I wanted so much to let go of, but I could not because my mother would not allow me to let go of it. She said she wanted me to endure every ounce of it because through that pain, I was more or less given rebirth and I changed.
So I'm gonna cut in line real quick because like he literally is leading into a side question. So Placid, if you don't mind,
go for it.
Let's talk about your spiritual mommy. Why her? Out of all of the ones, why her?
Why her? Let's go back a little. Let's go back into history, into my family bloodline. So, my mother her worship comes from South India. She is what we call a Gram Devta. Gram meaning village deity. Right? She's a village deity. So Saul will understand this because he's been in South India. When you enter into a village, you will see these little shrines on the outskirts of the village, which is made up like a little house and something, and they will have a deity inside it, and people will make offerings. So each village had a particular male or female or multiple deities for protecting. So my mother was a protector of a village. When the indentured laborers came across, her worship came across. It changed from village deity to what we call Kul Devam, which is family deity, family worship. So she has been in my family since my great-great-grandmother came from India. She came as a little child. And my great-grandmother was a practitioner, like everyone else. She would do the works, the fasting, helping people, whatever. But within my family, there were people that didn't respect or didn't acknowledge. My grandfather, which was the son of my great-grandmother, he wasn't into it. So it skipped him. It went to my dad. My dad took up the mantle of doing stuff. When my grandmother, before my dad picked up that mantle, when my grandmother died, my father and whatever was a young person, little children. So there was no one to pick to do the stuff that she was doing. And you need someone to carry the legacy. So her big sister, what they did, as the old people would do, when the hearse or whoever is carrying the body to the cremation site, what was told to us is that her big sister took the stuff when they were passing over a bridge and threw all of the stuff that she used to use, the drums and everything that she had, and she threw it into the river so the river could take. And she's telling my great grandmother to take everything that when she's going, go with it, because there was no one to carry on the bloodline, to carry on the faith. And in those days, and even now, if you do not procure or you do not maintain the worship, it does hinder the family bloodline. It will hinder, because you're making a deal, you're bartering a deal that protect my family from everything, bring happiness and everything, whatever. And every so often you will get a payment. It's like paying someone to protect your family, and you have to give them payment. If you don't get payment, the person that is protecting you tends to slack, because they're not getting the payment. So playing to a bad manners where rituals are concerned, it would affect the family by untimely death, disease, sickness, let's say loss of money, and all these different things, separations of husband and wife, alcoholism, and all these different things. So they wasn't that. When my mom died a few years after, because they were just maintaining the regular Vaishnava worship, simple worship. But when my mom died, because my dad wasn't into Hinduism, when my mom fasted, my dad eating sausage, he eating chicken, he couldn't be bothered. But when my mom died, that was everything he had. That was all he had to hold on to. And he learned that to the point he was a great bhakta of Lord Shiva. A great bhakta. I have seen this man do miracles and do stuff with a green and dry coconut that I have not seen anybody else do. Very simple rituals, very simple offerings, and he did things I saw. When he died, I learned what I learned from him, but I didn't have that awakening yet. I didn't have that dependency on her. But when I started back walking into faith is when I started to connect with her. There were people that would have been around me who were spiritual that said they picked up her energy, and I was like, Parameshri, who's this? When I go, because I heard the name, but I didn't dig more. And I did go and sit with my aunts and uncles and them about her, and they gave me their one-sided story. Till one, I went and sat with people that I did not know, didn't know me, but I believed in how much they was doing in the worship. They called up that particular deity, and she spoke about things in my family that only I knew. Only I alone knew. The people in the temple did not know nothing. And we sat down and have a conversation. And she asked me certain things, that how I felt when I was home and different things and whatever. And I would always feel somebody's watching over me. When I'm lonely, I would always feel some aspect of a mother's love around me. I was like, yeah, I would feel that. And she was like, that's me. I know that your mother has been taken from you at an early age. So I became that energy for you. I became that source for you. Right? When I started to connect with her, a lot of things was open up in my life. A lot of things that I never expected. From not being able to buy stuff, barely able to save a dollar, I was able to save $5, $10, $50, $100, to where at one point in time, I walk around with $3,000-$4,000 in my pocket. Nothing to do with it, just have it. All my bills are being paid, money in the bank, and I had. This is the elevation that she being around me and connecting. When I decided that I would accept her back as my mother, because she was part of my bloodline, and I decided to do the rituals that my great-grandmother was doing. I had issues with my cousins and my aunts because they didn't want to do it. They didn't like it, and I told them that's not their business. What I do in the confinements of my home is my business. What I need to do, I do for me. Because if I'm doing it and I'm experiencing all the goodness of life, anyone else has a problem with that's their business. That individual has been with me through thick and thin. She has been there in my low moments. She has been there in my high moments. She has saved me from things that could have been very much embarrassing, and she has protected me all the days of my life till now. I will tell you truthfully, I'm not supposed to be on this earth. I am supposed to die at age 35. I didn't die. I was supposed to die in a car crash. But I'm still here. Right?
Wow.
Everything that I own to this day is because of her. What I have become, the knowledge I hold, because when I was cultivating everything for Tantra Child, it was her. I asked her, you want me to become Tantra Child? What am I going to teach? What are the lessons you want me to teach? What are the topics? And by being work, watching something on YouTube, watching a movie, this is where the topics started picked up, started clicked on my mind, and I started write. I was writing on it. I had books, people writing. I was like, okay, man, now that I got a topic, I mean, I can revise, I can research it on Google. Fine. But I need scripture. She led me to my mentors, like Pandit Keshava, which most of you guys have met, listening to his sermons and so forth. That is where I started to cultivate and put together my library that I have now. Right? So everything that I have till this day is because of her. There's nothing under the sun that I don't have that she is not a part of it. Me having all my toys, being Tantra Child, being able to go, being next week to go travel, I survived COVID without even asking for assistance. And as I said, being able to travel to go Canada in 2019, last year for 5 weeks, this year for 3 weeks, that's her. That for her is my gift. If she doesn't want me to go, I don't go. If she wants me to go, I go. Because if I'm not meant to go, she would put something in my path that deters me from going. And then I would realize, okay, there was a reason why I'm not supposed to go. So I gave in to her in every aspect. And she controls everything.
Beautiful. Well, I'm gonna pass it back to Placid since I kinda cut in line. So
I do apologize if I went a little too far and a little too deep.
No, that was great. It was amazing. I want to give Alien T a chance. So, Alien, you're up.
No, Tantra Child, don't ever apologize. What you have to offer is amazing, beautiful. Thank you. We're going to get serious. If we can get even more serious.
Okay, then.
This is happening, all right? This scenario is definitely happening. You are face to face with Source, the creator of all that is. Okay? You have one opportunity, one question, and you may bring the answer back with you for the world. What is the question?
I'm with Source, and I have one opportunity to bring back something. To bring back the answer to our question?
Yes, a truth that may be eluding us at this time. What would that question be?
The most simplest. Do you truly exist? Many people have questioned God at intervals. Do you truly exist when they're going through situations? So to bring something back to prove that you truly exist, that you're not a phantom, you're not an apparition, you're not just the wind blowing, but you truly exist, all that you are. To bring back something to say, this is it, this is what she or he exists in every aspect. Yeah, to bring back that particular truth.
Yeah, I love that. Thank you. Pika, back to you.
I feel like my question kind of answered a lot. I have many still, but
Go ahead.
want to give others an opportunity too. So did you want to do your next question?
So, Tantra, when it comes to aspirations and goals, from everything that you've come from to where you are now, how would you describe those looking forward?
Everything that I have done or achieved. Everything I have achieved would be a humbling experience because I never thought that I would be able to achieve these things and be able to do these things. Not even think about, not even today, what this is. Being to sit at the round table on one of what I created to be a host on that, to be me being the one being asked the questions and I ask the questions. Aspirations going forward, as in going forward. If I could bring more to the table, if I could bring more to the universe or the community, if I could create more things that I could sit with more people, right? I can sit with more people and discuss stuff and bring more people together. Right? Bring a lot of more people together to talk about everything, under the sun. You know, let's use an example with the so-called bickering among different faiths. If I could sit with someone from Islam and speak about the Islamic aspect, if I could sit with someone from the Abrahamic religion where I'm not being persecuted and my worship is not being demonized, but we can talk about that because I know about Christianity. I've been to a church and I know about the Bible. So if I could do much more than what I'm already doing to involve more people, that's a plus.
So you want to give more, you want to bring people together.
Yeah.
That's definitely admirable. Do you see that as being something tangible? Given what we know, when I say given what we know, I'm meaning what we've been experiencing.
We have seen at this point, to this point.
Yeah, to this point, politics.
All right. Saying go bad matters.
Spirituality, polarized.
Mm-hmm.
What do you have an optimistic view that this is something that can actually occur?
Yes, it can, because why? Everything that we know now, to some extent, we didn't know. We didn't know what we didn't know. We did not know where technology was. We didn't know about the wild, the web. We didn't know about the internet, whatever. We had ideas. We didn't know how to get it, but eventually, over time, it became a thing. There were women that worked up on it that gave us this gift of using technology in every aspect. So you have that. So do I believe that one day we can have that aspect of unity? Yes, we can have that. It may not be worldwide in aspect. It may not be. But as much that we could be able to muster and put together, if it's via social media and so forth, and then within the country itself, yeah, it can be there. We just have to work at it. Everything you must put work in. Whatever you put into it is what you're going to get out of it.
I love that sense of optimism. It's encouraging and unfortunately rare.
Yeah.
Pika, it's you. Pika.
Sorry, I had stepped away for like 2 seconds right at the wrong time. But anyway. So, kind of along similar lines, what do you hope that people remember about you when you're not here anymore?
What do I hope people remember about me? My efforts of what I did, what I'm doing now. What I'm doing now as Ravi and Tantra Child. Trying to put knowledge out there as best as I could, trying to have dialogue with people, trying to do whatever I could do for my faith, and by extension, to sit with other people who are having experiences and listen to them. That I didn't shun them. I sat and I listened, because a guy today came up and told me his experience that he met God. I was like, okay, cool, that's nice. And I didn't shrug him off. I didn't like, okay, whatever. I listened to whatever, and I said, blessed are you that you had that experience. And that is it. So I want the people to remember the efforts I made as trying to be the best person I can be as Ravi and Tantra Child.
Beautiful. AT?
I actually am down to my last question.
Huh?
Yeah, I can think. Well, I'll think of some other ones if it keeps going.
All right.
Okay, here we go. When and how did you discover your path? When did you know that you were to teach scriptures to people and teach it properly?
Oh, that's an easy question to answer. When I was at that point being the student. Because when my dad died and I walked away and I came back after 9 years, I was looking for people to help me to reconnect the dots. Because 9 years I was out of it. So, I came back and I would have missed stuff, I would have forgotten things. So I was looking for people to help me to reconnect the dots. This would have been the same time that Facebook went live, that you could have showed live videos, what was happening, whatever you were doing, whatever. So I was following people that were showing about their different temples, and I had reached out to them. But majority of them were they just wanted you to come to their temple, come to their place of worship, and just fill a void. So you can make the place look more, if it looks like it had more people. And I question that, because if you cannot sit down for me or give me 2 minutes, and I understand people are busy, but does it tell me, if I'm asking about Lord Vishnu and whatever, and to tell me that his days are like Wednesdays and his offerings are like bananas and sweet stuff and whatever, and all these different simple stuff, how it is you want me to come to your temple? I can't. Because you have to be able to give people time to be able to sit in, because remember, you took this mantle of being a pujari or pundit, a priest. So this is part of your repertoire, part of what you're supposed to do. This is your job spec. And when I was frustrated to that point, and I went to my mother and was like, what the hell is this? Why can I not find someone that can give me the time of day? And she said plainly in that aspect of thought, why don't you become what you seek? Say there are many like you that are in the same situation, but they don't have an avenue, they don't have a way out. Why don't you become what you seek most? At that point, I sought a teacher. I wanted someone to help me to reconnect the dots and to connect. So I became what I was seeking. I started to become Tantra Child. I started to read and enlighten. The Tantra Child thing came later down, but in short, I tried my best to gather knowledge and try to share it with people that I could have done. I could have shared it with in some aspect. And I had a lot of people, a lot of genuine people that helped me along the way in gathering that knowledge too.
Oh, I love your answers. There's never any gaps. Tantra Child, how long ago did that happen?
I would say 6 years ago.
Beautiful, thank you.
Okay, Tantra.
Mm-hmm.
You find yourself at a social event.
Right.
And in the social event, it's a speed dating type of circumstance where you get to know various people there, okay?
Mm-hmm. All right.
And so you sit down and you have 5 minutes with this person. You don't know who it's going to be. And it happens to be Kamala Harris. What do you say to her? And I want to be specific. You have 2 questions to ask her and a statement to be made. What would those 2 questions and statement be?
Wow. We're actually going to go there.
Dun, dun.
Me, okay, to ask her an aspect, because I've been following everything that she's been doing, which is I am disappointed. Is that my question to her would be, at any point in time, are you your authentic self? Right, is one. Two, when would you be proud of your heritage, your bloodline, to promote it as an individual, as a woman?
Damn.
Right?
Ugh.
Right?
And the state.
My
and
statement. The statement is this: if you don't believe in you, I can't believe in you.
Oh, wow. Great answers. Well, Kamala, she has these questions and the statement from you. And so she gets up, it's time to rotate. And the person who sits down is none other than our good friend, Donald J. Trump.
Oh, my buddy, my real buddy.
2 questions and a statement for him. Go.
Right. 2 questions for him. Right. My thing for me would be simple. Why does he see the need to take punches when he does not have to, when he's not the criminal? Why does he see the need to explain things when he don't need to? My thing after my statement would be this: let your legacy, let your body of work speak for itself and speak for you. He did the work.
Oh man, I've got some more questions for you, but I'm going to pass it over to Pika.
I wanna offer a question I would ask Mr. Trump as well. Why haven't you changed your hair? Would be top of my list. Top. But anywho, sir. What is your biggest fear? What are you worried about? What is something that if someone came to you, you wouldn't want them to see in yourself?
My failures. Growing up, my mental challenges with low self-esteem and all these different things. Being able for people to acknowledge that I did stumble, I did more or less struggle with it, and realize that sometimes it's actually still there, dealing with that in some aspect and form or fashion, which is might be kind of odd for people to hear. But my failures in certain aspects, I don't like to be exposed. There's a lot of stuff that I do keep very close to my chest, if not within my chest. Only what I choose to bring outside would be exposed. Other than that, everything is locked away deep into an abyss of a black hole, and it stays there. So there are some things that I would not like to share with people, and I would not like that to be exposed. Those are my dark secrets. Those are my particular demons that I maintain. People might find it weird that I say that I maintain them, but there are some things that I choose to keep close, and I don't want those things exposed.
Thank you for segueing into my next question. Who is your favorite demon and why?
Who would be my favorite demon? Now, which one we're talking about? Are we talking from the Abrahamic aspect? Are we talking from the Hindu pantheon? Where?
I didn't specify on purpose.
No, well, then you had to specify, because there are certain people in...
I ain't got to do a damn thing, because it's your practice. However you wish to answer it.
All right, so this is what. If you're going to ask me if I'm going to go from the Hindu pantheon, as someone said, pick your poison. As Sarah said, pick your poison. I would go with Ravan. I would go with the epic aspect of Ram with Ram and Sita, that Ravan. Because as much Ravan was the king of demons, as much he was a tyrant, he was brutal in every aspect by running out his own brother and taking over the kingdom and everything and running into the ironclad fists. He was a sharp politician. He was a great bhakta of Mahadev. Some of the mantras and slokrams that we sing in the glories of Mahadev, he wrote it, as in the Shiva Tandav. With tantric worship, some of the strictest tantric worship, with Shiva is concerned, he was the one that cultivated it and wrote about it. So my favorite demon or asura or rakshas would be Ravana.
And the follow-up question to that, besides your mommy and your daddy, what about your favorite, and I'm going to, Deva? Is that the plural for both?
So in short, you're asking, besides my dear mommy and my daddy in spiritual aspect that I give more love and attention to, is there anyone that are almost close in nature to them? Correct? And I think T is going to get a broad smile here, which would be Lord Vishnu.
And why?
Because his qualities, because being the preserver to the universe and the world, taking different avatars to come upon the earth to rid itself of negativity and evilness, to teach man how to live as man, even though how much he was God. But he suffered as man and he lived as man. He could have done everything with the blink of an eye or click of a finger. But he came to live as man, to show how to live, just like how Christ would have done it in the Abrahamic religion. But he came, and each of his avatar taught us so much great lessons. One of the great ones where many people would say, okay, would know what would be Krishna. Krishna taught us so much within the Mahabharata and the Gita. But Ram had many lessons. He taught us many stuff with his teachings, his aspect of being that humble, being that sweet and that kind. He taught us many different things also, and he suffered a lot in that avatar. But you have other avatars of him that come, that aspect of Hiragriva, Narasimha, and so forth, had taught us many things, how to stand firm for Dharma and to fight, to be confirmed in yourself, to not be walked over. So you had that, and there's so much we can learn from him to be better people.
Beautiful. I'm going to give the option for my co-hosts to chime in if they still have more questions. Don't worry, I do if they do not.
I have an intuitive one that came to me. Well, two of them actually, and I don't know which one to go with. I'll let you choose.
Go with both of them.
Well, okay. All right, let me keep it on. The vibe is currently okay. Got it. Have you ever had what some might call paranormal experience? When did it happen, and what did it teach you?
So my paranormal experience would be, what year would that be by? I think that was, my dad died in 2001, so it would be actually the year 2000. So, my stepmom had a knack or whatever for what we may call in local terms grand charging, meaning anytime she and my dad would fall out, because my dad never drank and whatever, he never drank alcohol, he would smoke cigarettes and whatever, but never drink alcohol. So anytime two of them fall out, and the way he would argue with her, it would be painful. I mean, he would say something that is very, very much touchy. So to diffuse him, she would more or less play around with medication that would get her ill, and that will calm, diffuse him, one boil him down, and he would go to see to her and help her and whatever. So one day to come, she tempted death, That take beat. You're tempting me. You're not gonna slip this time. I'm gonna collect. So she took tablets and she died. Plain talk, bad manners. So the rites and the rituals of who the person is performing the last rites with the ring. You're not supposed, the first 10 days, you're not supposed to be outside after 6. You're not supposed to be out after 6, whatever. You have your rituals, what to do and whatever. At that point in time, I'm working a place called Catersiv. Catersiv is what does the airline food for American Airlines and whatever, and different airlines within Trinidad that comes to Trinidad. So I was supposed to leave at a particular time. I didn't leave 6 o'clock. I had no choice to leave 10. And I didn't leave at 10, I left at 12. So I came home. So instead of going to the front door, I went down to the side door, which is what most like the back door. So when I went to the side door, which is where I was standing, so I was facing east. What side I'll be facing? That, okay. So I would be facing south. So down to the east, which is down to my road, is right down, let's say 100 feet down, is something that we call a coos grass or coosa grass. It's a grass that we would tie with a knot to make oblations, water offerings, whatever, for the departed soul for that time of doing the rites and rituals. How ironic. It was like 5 minutes after 12. I went down to the back door and I felt this kind of eerie kind of vibes and something that's made me look down to where the grass was. And I saw my stepmom in the clothes that we had put her in to be cremated, partially burnt in the aspect, and she is calling me. She is calling me. That wasn't it. I felt like everything inside me turned upside down. I felt like, you close somebody's eyes and you're spinning them around and around and around, and eventually they get giddy when you stop. That was taking place with me. I just opened the side door, walked into the house, walked through the kitchen, took off my shoes and socks, went straight into my room and dropped on the bed and knocked out. I did not get up until the next morning, sometime around 10 o'clock. But when I did get up, it was nice. I had things was like breaking out of my skin and whatever, this, that. My dad took one look at me and he's like, he made a phone call, called his friend, and we went by a pundit. The pundit confirmed that my stepmother was actually, her aura, her energy was over me. So the pundit asked, am I having any bad dreams or anything had happened? So I told him last night what had transpired. Right? It seems as though she was trying to get to me to deliver a message to my dad, because she couldn't go through my dad's aura. For whatever she did, she was blocked from him, because she went against the grain. She went against the aspect of taking her own life, so she was blocked. Lord Shiva was actually blocking him. Well, let's say in that aspect. I was performing the last rite, so I was that portal. I was that connection. So she was trying to get to me to give whatever message to him or whatever she wanted to tell him. And, it started to affect me. So that was very eerie. I never had something like that before, an aspect. I think when the pundit did whatever he did and gave me something to put under the bed, that night I dreamt her. I was lying down on the bed where my dad lay down on his bed. He is on the other side, and she's on the edge of the bed stretching over me. Same thing, partially burnt everything, and she's trying to get, because in Hinduism you can bury the person or you cremate them. So Hindu aspect is that if you have the money, you can choose to go to a crematorium. Hindu rites is where the funeral home will cut trees and different types of trees and build what you call a pier, where you will fit the box into with the person in it, and they're covered with clarified butter and camphor and all the different aspects to cremate the body on a bed of sand. The next day you will go and collect the ashes, because it's near a river, and you will collect the ashes and you will go off it into the river, and then you will sprinkle the area with milk and water and whatever, because you have to clean it up, because somebody is going to come and do a funeral right there, because it would be like 6 different pits, areas that you could do that in a certain area. So that was that. So that aspect of me was very, it was very, that was surreal for me. It's something that I don't choose to experience it again. At this point in my life, I'm a little more spiritual inclined. So if something like that does happen, I'm okay with it. But at that point in my life, yeah, that was not fun. Honestly, that was not fun. What was the other part of that question, Identity? Because I know of that. What was the experience I had? What was the second part of it?
I think you kind of answered it indirectly, but what did it teach you?
Oh, it taught me personally, if you know the rites and rituals were specified at a particular time, don't break the time. Money, don't break the time. You know, you're supposed to be home by 6 o'clock, be home by 6 o'clock. Don't change it, because why? You're not in control of what may happen after or what you may encounter. So you know you're doing something, play by the rules. After the rituals are ever done, you do what you want. But once you know you take off the mantle of performing the rites and ritual, play it by the book. Do it by how it is specified to.
And to anyone in the room who doesn't know, Tantra Child is a natural storyteller. I love the way you just flow, and thank you for that.
No problem.
Classic.
I want to know why. Why TikTok? Tell me this. How did you get to TikTok in the first place as an app? I find that curious because going back in time, it was definitely like something that most of us, I don't think, would have been drawn to, but somehow we got to it. So I want to know how you got onto the app.
Well, that
and why
easy to
TikTok
answer.
means so much to you now.
No, well, it doesn't necessarily means a lot to me, I would say, but you know, we've been from level to level. So in the beginning, you had what tagged. Then from tag, you went to high five. Then we went to Facebook. From Facebook, we end up Twitter to Instagram, then Instagram, and then Twitter. So we're always moving to where you would have. It's all about clicks and likes in some aspect, what people mostly run down for. So you're going to a place where you can hold the attention of a lot of people, where people you can interact with, whoever. Because at the end, I mean, I'm still on Facebook, but a lot of people are not on TikTok and they don't go there. So it's plus people who are on TikTok are not on Facebook. So it's difficult to have a long discussion on Facebook, but you're going to have like 5 to 4 people there. While in TikTok, you know, everything is moving. It's a network. So it's the hippest thing, that is the most hippiest thing or the most busiest thing now, or most popular, until something else has come out. And there's a few others, but they have not picked up as much as TikTok right now, maybe because of certain restrictions and so forth. So it was looking for the platforms that I would have been able to establish my foundation and to be able to do what I gotta do. And TikTok at that point in time was the most popular to be able to do it. It was tedious to do what I was doing because why? You had to build a certain reach 1,000 to be able to go live. So I start with humble. I start with humble beginnings. I start doing my little stick, doing my little videos, and bit by bit, you know, trying to put them on YouTube also. So there was TikTok on YouTube, and then I would swing them back to Facebook. So I was trying to connect people from different aspects, and who was on TikTok would come across to Facebook and do other stuff. And while doing that, because of the algorithm, because of what I was doing, other people that was Hindus would have come across my videos because I started to understand how to utilize hashtag, because I didn't know how to use hashtag. I would just put a topic, put it out, not knowing if I use the hashtags, it would connect other people that are looking at different videos. Because if you look up a Kali video or Shakti video, it's going to pull up every different one. So if I use the hashtag correctly, the person could actually see my video. So I was doing that in aspect, trying my best to do it. And it was a struggle because I had reached a plateau about 6 something. Is when Davy found me. Cause no, I don't know. I came across Davy first. She was doing a live with someone, and I was like, this person sounds interesting. I clicked on her, then she clicked back on me, and I didn't interact with her at all. I just like went about my stuff. But eventually, when I started to produce more videos and do more topics, and I was doing what myself by giving you the stories, telling you what book I was reading it from, and why I was taking and breaking it down, she reached out to me and asked me would I like to do a live. I was like, do a live? And she asked me, because it was new to me. I saw people doing live. I was like, how? Because I'm on the opposite side. She's like, I will bring you up in a live and where people will ask you questions. I was like, yeah, no problem. And one fateful Wednesday night, that happened. That night, I met Humble, Lucky, Pika, and a lot of them. And we talked from about 9:30 till about 5 the next morning. They asked me every and any question they could have asked. And I encourage them, just ask. Whatever, however it is you think it's idiotic, whatever, ask. Because you might think it's idiotic, but the answer might be profound. And they loved that somebody was actually encouraging them to ask any question and every question. And I tried my best to answer them. And from there, it aided me to build more people, to add more people. Then I used the loophole. There was a loophole on TikTok we could use to follow train. I used that to build to build up the other amount of people, so I could go live after. But right now, TikTok is a central hub where there's a lot of traffic going back and forth. Yeah, there's a lot of crap happening, but if you navigate what you're doing properly, you can reach people in aspect. Right now, I'm trying to be able to beef up Discord. It's still a little bit new to me, but I'm learning every day.
Yeah, Discord has the very worst graphic user interface I've ever seen. It's horrible. Yeah. It's like it's trying to be difficult on purpose. But my question to you is about engaging with people. Mm-hmm. When we meet new people, generally we're trying to assess who and what they really are. Right. And my question for you is, how do you assess people? How do you measure the character of an individual in order to know whether or not you feel that this is the type of person you want to engage with?
Simple. Play chess. Meaning, you meet them, get them to talk, and based on what they're talking about, you add to it. You give them more reason to speak, and you listen to what they say in between. You listen to their tone, you listen to their pitch, the way they pronounce their words, if they're quick, if they're slow, how they do their stuff. Are they repetitive in what they're saying? Do they forget that they said something before? You carry it out up a thing. So in short, you're controlling the narrative when they think they're doing it. You think that you're listening, but you're controlling the narrative. You listen to them. And by they reacting the way they do, you get a picture. Now, you may not be able to see them, but you pick up on the way they speak. You pick up their vibes, their aura. Now, that doesn't come easily. That assessment and whatever doesn't come easily. It doesn't come overnight. It took a lot of time for me to pick up that an aspect, to listen to them, to be able to listen to them thoroughly, to understand what they're saying between what they're saying. And for some people, it's like, wait, it's listening to what they're saying between? Yeah. Because they could be saying one thing with their mouth, but with their aura, their energy, it's a whole different ballgame.
Ooh, I learned a lot about you right now with that. So you do have a very keen awareness of individuals, and you do apply a specific type of psychological profiling. Interesting. Yeah. Okay.
I love psychology. Even though I did business in school in 96 and 98. My social studies teacher was a dean, and she did psychology in school. So instead of me going in free classes, she used to take me out of my free classes and drag me into her classes. So when she was teaching sociology, I was there. And I admit it helped me a lot because I got a distinction in social studies. I got a distinction in it. I love the aspect of understanding how the brain works and what its metamorphosis and all the different things and how it moves. It was perfect. And when I realized that I can merge the aspect of chess, being 2 to 3 moves ahead of a person, with psychology, damn, that was a deadly combination.
Huh. Impressive. Pika, you're up.
So, I do want to be mindful of time. What's your cutoff, Tantra?
I don't have any.
Okay, and just making sure because, we wrapped up or attempted to wrap up at 10 last time. So I just wanted to make sure. I'm good.
Do you? Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm good. Like, that's up to everybody else. But
Okay, before you continue, let me put this out there. Remember, this is my gift to you guys. All right, this is that time that you get to put me in a hot seat and ask me all the questions you guys want to ask us. So, if I'm doing that, I'm doing that very authentically and doing it the way I need to, I cannot have a limit to it. I can't have a limit to it. So my limit would be as far as how far you guys can carry it and how much questions you guys have.
I'm just getting started, Tantra.
I know.
I've got a full profile to investigate, but let's continue.
Yeah, I know. I realize while you're asking questions and based on my answers, you're making notes of what gives you more questions. But go ahead.
that being said, what is something that is super risky to share in the public, spirituality wise, but you think should be shared?
Tantric worship. Why? Even though it's a close. What?
More. Give me more. What is that?
No, I'm going to give you that. I'm going to give you. Even though tantric worship is close practice in nature, yes, and yes, there are some aspects that you do need a verified, learned guru from a school of other teachers. That person has come from a very aspect of other learned gurus to you, so you know what they're doing, and he knows exactly what he's supposed to be doing in aspect. So he's tried and tested It is something that needs to be discussed in certain ways. You can't discuss it and to be broken down because why? It has been miscued, it has been construed, it has been raped, it has been robbed, it has been everything that you can think. It's been kicked in the groins and everything because why? When you look up Tantra, you just look up the word Tantra, you get this aspect of saying, this might sound bad, do forgive me. You see a lot of Caucasian people, white people, sitting around a stone with a woman sitting in the center, and they're offering water and flowers, whatever. And then you see about a woman sitting on top of a man in some kind of Kama Sutra pose. That's not tantric worship. That's an aspect of tantric worship. But that's not tantric worship. It's a whole different ballgame. It has much more involved in this. Very much things. There are doors that can be opened. A woman can become a vessel. She can become a door to bring forth things that you cannot control, that you cannot hinder. It has so much things that can happen. But again, it's more or less something that is being thrown around here, there, and everywhere. And people are running with it. People think because they can sit in a particular direction, oh, I'm doing tantric. That's because you're sitting south? No. You can sit in the east, you can sit in the west, any direction, the sub-directions too, and do tantric worship. All the particular deities that are there that people may think are sattvic in nature. Let's pick one in particular, Ganapati, as in Ganesh. He is very tantric in nature. He has his sattvic qualities and aspects, but he is very tantric, especially when according to which side his trunk is and the different colors. There are certain colors that he is very tantric in nature, very unhinged. He cannot be controlled. You have to be at a particular level to be able to sit with him. But again, people are utilizing mantras like what my once considered incantation and throwing it here, there, and everywhere, not understanding what aspect of the deity that you're calling. You think you're calling that because why? Oh, I can rattle off this big thing like this mantra like a paragraph. Fine. The bigger the paragraph, the more the beads, the more powerful the entity is. Can you withstand that? You're calling something that you might think want milk and honey. If it calls to you and it wants something that is not milk and honey, what you're going to do? It's a whole different ball game. So there's a lot of misconceptions with tantric worship are concerned, and then there's a lot of overbearing stuff that have been shoved down people's throats about tantric worship, and it needs to be discussed in a particular manner so that people can understand the severity of it, the sanctity of it, the security of it, and so forth, and know how to tread. At the end of the day, if you want to fuck around and find out, go ahead. Whatever door you open and you cannot close, you go sit with whoever comes there. It's simple. Right? But a lot of people don't understand that, and there's a lot of stuff people need to understand. So yeah, tantric worship would be something.
This is where you plug yourself, by the way.
No, I understand, but not tonight. I'm not going to plug myself tonight. See, when I come back
These are
from...
new people coming in, meeting you for the first time.
Fine. So this is what. So when I return from Canada, right, which would be in the middle of November, there's a lot of stuff that I have been working on that are going to be executed one at a time going into the new year. Discord is going to get revamped. There are other stuff that I'm going to add into my repertoire or whatever, and I'm going to have discussions. I'm going to have lives about things that need to be discussed. All right. Let's use an example. You're fascinated with Mother Lakshmi. AT&T is fascinated with Lord Vishnu, an aspect. Well, seeing that Saul can recite the Gita perfectly well and word for word, let's say he has a fascination for Lord Krishna and he would like to acknowledge in some form of way, offer a glass of water, whatever. There are things that can be taught over the counter, let's say, and that's not over the counter, that anyone can do. You don't have to be initiated. You don't have to be a Hindu to do it, whatever. And you can do it. But you have a glass of water, a fruit, whatever. And you can do that. I have seen people, I have been around people that was doing so-called tantric worship for tantric deities and had no idea about the 16 basic steps of doing a puja. Offering water, a place, cloth, whatever, offering incense, flowers, food, whatever it was. They had no idea, but you're worshipping a tantric deity that is a high caliber individual. How is this possible? Whoever was teaching them, fine, that's that. But this is what was happening. A lot of people were doing things that were supposed to be done at night, they were doing it during the day. So there's a lot of stuff that was more or less misconceptions, miseducation, and all those different things. So this is what I want to do. So coming back, when I'm come back from Canada, I am going to establish a lot of stuff that needs to be done. The 16 steps, because there are Hindus in India, there are Hindus in the Caribbean, don't know those 16 steps. Some of them do perform, some of them, most of them, I don't know. But when you now break it down for them and you explain every step, it's like, oh, so that is why I do this. That is why when I'm doing this, is this what I'm doing? And that's why. So now they have an understanding, a better understanding, why you do what you do. So they are more confirmed in themselves. They have more belief in themselves to offer what to do and do what they do. So they can gain the merits and the blessings what they do. No one is doing that in aspect. When I come back, I'm going to talk about all those different things. I am going to talk about tantric worship, and it's going to be on TikTok. It's going to be on Facebook. It's going to, all the lives and them that I'm going to do are going to be posted up on YouTube, because I'm resurrecting the YouTube page. Because I'll be taking off the songs that I post, that I do at the beginning of the live. I'm going to edit that out. So I can post up all the different things. So I can always reference people back to the live or back to the video and so forth. So there's a lot of things that I'm going to be doing. I'm going to be stretching myself kind of thin, but it needs to get done, because why? Those who are doing it in a very fucked up way. And it could damage a lot of people.
So when Tantra comes back from Canada, he will be providing lives where we can ask all the questions and we get to learn all the things, as well as he does have a Discord where he posts specific scriptures and literature and things of that nature.
Yeah. Thank you for the plug.
We'll get better. at that. We'll work
No,
on
no,
that.
point taken. So there's a lot of stuff coming.
Absolutely. Do you guys have more questions, or shall I continue?
I have another one.
Go ahead.
So it's a bit of a change of pace, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
You just won a sweepstake. A sweepstakes. You cannot cash it in. You must choose a destination on this planet. My question is, where would you go, and what is it that you're looking to experience? Anywhere on the planet.
I win a sweepstakes, which could be money or something, but I had to choose a destination where I could cash it in or be able to utilize it.
You cannot cash it in. You must take the trip. You must
Okay.
go somewhere. Yeah.
India. It would be India.
And what would you like to experience there? What would you look for?
For all the things, for all the stories that I have regaled on TikTok, YouTube, personal with people, whatever, the breakdown of all the great places, Goa, Varanasi, the Himalayas, whatever. I want to visit those places. I want to go to that aspect that is the birthright to my faith, what is Hinduism. And I want to walk in those places. I want to be barefoot and walk on those places that Ram that once walked on, Krishna walked on, where Lord Shiva once dwelled, where his energy is more than anything else. I want to be in those particular places. That is where anywhere else I would go would be India.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Beautiful place.
I mean, I could say Niagara Falls in Canada, just saying. I've been there once. It's nice.
Stay with me.
Small thing.
What can you tell me about Vama Marga, a tantric worship? Are you familiar with it?
Why did you go there? Why?
I want to learn. I just want to know. I have
And
no
this is
idea.
why I brought Saul. Just saying. This is why.
Rama Marga, which is the left part of Ram. Why did you go there? Rama being Ram, Marga being left hand part. Why? Why do they always do this to me? So let's put something in perspective. Every sector of Hinduism, Vaishnava, Shakta, Shivit, has tantric worship in it. It's not that Shivit with the worship of Lord Shiva, those are the Agoris and so forth. It is not there's those who are Shakta and doing tantric worship for the Dasma Vedas. So there is aspect of tantra books that teaches you to do tantric worship with Narasimha, Sriram, and there are even some that are talks with Krishna and the different other avatars, Haragreva and so forth. So you have those. Many of Vaishnavas and scholars of modern day will not give it much references because of the time it was interpreted and because why? It goes against the grains of Vaishnava worship, so it would be shunned upon. It's almost taboo in nature. But it has a lot of pearls and whatever. And it does give essence to what we do in Vaishnava worship in some aspect, because a lot of people don't realize doing Vaishnava worship is not all sattvic of nature. There is tantric things you can do and aspect, but a lot of people will not follow it in nature. A lot of people consider it taboo. So Ramamag is the worship of stuff of doing worshiping Lord Vishnu in the form of Ram, and the left hand part. That, let me get one thing straight. Let's break down that actual Ramamag. So Paramamag, that left hand part, which means you're not doing anything with your right hand. Let me get that one thing straight. Everything that's done is being done left hand wise, meaning the offerings is not sattvic of nature, it's tamasic and rajasic, meaning alcohol, blood, and all these different things that is that. The rituals you're doing, the mantras that you're using are not similar to what you may do. It may have some similar, but they are different beej mantras. You have to be careful what it is being when it's in Sanskrit. The difference when it's how to pronounce it, if it is going to be pronounced with 2 letters or 1 letter as in elongated or short pronunciation. You have to be very careful. because the aspect that you're worshiping Ramin is in aspect of an asura. You're worshiping in the aspect of a demon. That is what you're doing. You're invoking his
I
anger.
also heard there was some sexual nature to this as well. Is that true?
Every tantric worship under the sun has some aspect of communion or union between man and woman. Every single aspect. The most profound one would be the aspect of Shiva and Shakti. So the Shivates will have it. Those who are in the tantric worship, as in the Shaktas, they have it too. There's different books that tells you about how to perform it. All right, to give a little back aspect, because we talked about it sometime way back when with Pika and Humble and whatever. Back in the old days, according to scripture, to the different tantras, which I will not name because I don't want people go looking for the books, right? That it could have been a maid servant to the man. You had your guru and you had a maid. So in short, any woman that is willing. What they found that if the two people are not together and she goes without the more or less cooling or calming down the energies within each individual, if she has his male energy attached to her, the person's male energy, if she finds a suitor, a boyfriend, or someone to be a boyfriend or husband, his energy, the energy that she has from the guy, will fight the person that she finds. Likewise, if he finds someone, her energy is going to fight and cause conflict. So they're not going to end up with anybody. So that's why gurus of modern day has taken to the point, if you're going to do that union of Shiva and Shakti, it must be an aspect of husband and wife. It must be an aspect. And there are different rituals how you do whatever by doing tiki and things like when you put the red dot or the chandan, the different colors of the chandan, you're bathing and washing the different parts of the individual, and you're doing arati like how you would do for murti. When it comes to that aspect of Shiva and Shakti being mounted in aspect, there are mantras and japam that must be done, meaning up to that point, you're doing the do, and the guy must have that presence of mind, physical, and everything to maintain himself. He must control himself. He cannot win he cannot win the race. He has to be patient. Take his time. If he wins the race, so yeah, there's a lot of stuff. So every aspect of tantric worship has it. Be it if it's a Shakta, if you're a Shivat, or even in Vishnu worship in that aspect, which in Shakta and Vishnava Tantra, the highest deity there for that aspect would be Narasimha. Narasimha is that aspect of half man, half lion. That is the form Lord Vishnu takes to kill the demon of one of his greatest devotees' father. That's the one he kills he kills between day and night, and he kills him inside, not inside and outside. He kills him in the middle of the door. So he's neither inside the house or outside the house. So he is the one, and they would offer stuff, but as I said again, depends on the different person that translates the book. I will give an aspect. I'll tell you one of the greatest authors. There's a person called John Woodruff. He goes by the moniker, the Super K Avalon. He has translated many of different tantras. But in some of his tantras too, depending on the ones you're getting, he has omitted a lot of the rituals in those books because he feared people would have took the rituals and ran with it. There are others that they didn't care. They just went. They translated every single thing. Those books are very difficult to get, but if you know where to look for them on the internet, yeah, you could find them.
I'll be listing those books at the end of the live, just if anybody.
I have the whole library.
Go ahead, Pika.
Just to kind of get us back on a track here. What is something that you have on your list that you haven't learned yet but want to?
I haven't learned. I have on my list. I haven't learned that. There's a few stuff. that I have not learned that yet. But to make it more interesting, there is one particular stuff that's something that I have the knowledge of, but I would like to perform the ritual fit. And Devi's in the comments, so she's going to know what this is exactly. It's something called the Shava Sadhana. Shava, Shava Sadhana. It's a sadhana where you're sitting on a corpse to do japam and meditation. But the corpse cannot be any dead corpse. It has to be a corpse of a particular individual. Not necessarily by name, but caliber. A Brahmin, the person must die of a particular death, and this and that. So it's required. It's a certain requirement to that particular body that you have to find. And then based on that, your guru will advise you the different type of mantras and whatever it's not. It is stated that once it is done properly in nature, that the body does come back alive. The vessel comes back alive with an entity within it. Not the departed soul that left it, but with an entity. And that entity can be the Devi, or it can be a Yogini, which is one of our attendants, which will give you further instructions or blessings. You gotta accept or you decline.
Could that they offer what's the opposite of a boon? I can't remember.
No, they will offer boons. It's boons they're going to offer. Boons will be gifts and blessings, whatever. So they will offer things that if you want, they can help. In short, they could give you propositions where you have immense power to control anything that you think of. You can create gold. You could create money, gold. You have power for anything. What they're giving you, you necessarily don't have a choice. You can't tell what you want. They giving you a proposition. Okay. You can get to be able to do all these things, but you have to serve us. Right?
If you did have a choice, what would you hope for boon-wise?
If I had a choice to be able to fight or defend any and everyone that has some sort of ailment, to be able to assist them in every way I can. Spiritually, mentally, physically, whatever, that there wasn't a hurdle that I would come up against that I couldn't overcome. So even that means becoming the most powerful spiritualist in the world or whatever, yeah. But even that has a consequence. I'll give you an example. So to having immense power, you may not have to sacrifice something. You may not have to sacrifice blood, but you may have to give of it as in flesh. So, meaning up to that point, the yogini can tell you, we will give you all the powers and everything that you have, because they will know your desires. They will give you that. But in able to have that, you must have sex 4 times for the day. You cannot drop nor stop at any time. You must do it every day, 4 times for the day.
Did you know that I've become a Hindu? I'm now a Hindu. I just thought I should share.
Interesting. What sector? What aspect of Hinduism?
Whichever one includes everything you've been talking about.
Interesting. Rather interesting.
Did you know that I've clocked that Taurus in nature would be very good at tantric? I have mapped this strong Taurus placement.
Really? Well, yeah, that makes sense to me. I can see that.
Is there any other kind?
In what?
No, it was a bit of a joke.
Nah, cool. Now, Davey said something there in the comments that it has to be in your chart. So she is partially correct in that aspect, that your guru will check your charts to realize if there's any irregularities. In short, if you're capable of doing different sadhanas. Because if you want to do something, that doesn't mean you're going to get to do it. You must be worthy of it to be able to do. Because why? As Pika said in the beginning, with great responsibility, with great power comes great responsibility, and you must be able to have that. Right? So your guru now would have assessed you if you wanted to walk a particular path. Are you able to do it or not? And if you're able, yeah, you're going to get the diksha, which is more or less the blessings and the directions and the guidance of your guru to go forward. If your guru, like, oh geez, I'm trying to reference Kung Fu Panda here. What's the little white thingy, the little white puppy thingy, that train pool?
Shifu?
If Shifu finds that you're like the villain from part one. Not Shifu. If you're like Oogway, saw darkness in the villain from part one. Who was the villain in part one? Who fought Po?
I forget the cat, dude. I don't remember. I know who you're talking about, though. But
yeah. So if Oogway finds that you have darkness in your heart and you can't do it, it ain't happening. Tai Long. That was the cat name. Tai Long. Yeah. So if Oogway finds that you have greed in your heart and darkness, it ain't happening. Right? It's not going to happen. But if you're worthy of it, yeah, he's going to teach you and guide you to that particular path, because he will be obligated to do it. He's obligated. Because if you are worthy of it, he or she would get instructions to teach you what you need to know. And he's more or less at that aspect, he has to. If a guru does not teach you what you're meant to be taught, he could be held in contempt and he can face consequences. That part nobody talks about.
Well, getting back to Ravi, because this is not a pick the Hindu's brain right now.
Well, you guys went that direction, sweetie.
I did not.
So again, going back to Ravi. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Let's talk about the community. Shall we?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, well, we'll start small. Who holds the lives that you frequent, and what is it about them?
Who holds the best? Who that I frequent? That would be three particular individuals. My spoiled brother of a brat, Jordan, Alien T, and as of late, Saul. One, when I just want to digress and I just want to be able to, just listen to, people discuss things from different perspective, and they could get a little rowdy when they want, they could disagree when they want, they could press the buttons and whatever. Yeah, I could sit in John's live and just take it in. And I have my popcorn, I have my soda, and I'm enjoying it. And I'll jump in when I'm ready, add my 2 cents and whatever, and enjoy it, because it's a place that I find it's like I'm going to a playground. It's fun, it's relaxing, and whatever, and I do learn stuff. Alien T's live, because I come across a lot of new, fresh minds and a lot of fresh, new souls of individuals that I have not necessarily seen before or heard of, and to hear them express their experiences based on the topics that he's doing and the questions that he asks, and to hear them give their experiences and their explanations, that's nice, an aspect, and you learn a lot from them. Saul, because why? It's like Saul is that it's like testing the metal. For me, it's like I go to him to sharpen my mind. Right? Because the topics he does, like talking about free will and all the stuff he talks about, those are very intriguing topics, and those are ongoing topics. And the idea is the way he cares about it and the way he breaks it down is like, yeah, I could sit down and listen to this, and I could go toe to toe with this. I can go toe to toe with a person like him, having my opinions, listening, learning, and he's learning. I can do that with him. I can spar with him, and I can learn, and we could do things. We could disagree and agree, and I learn a lot from him.
Out of these lives, what do you think that the hosts should change? What advice would you give them?
Change. I'll start with Saul. I don't think Saul has to change anything because he's totally in control of everything, that the way he does his stuff, his mythology and everything that he does, the way his approach and dissection of the topics and the way he goes about is a very controlled, airtight environment. It's that if you're not ready to deal with silence, don't enter the room. Because the way he cares about it is that you're going to go in an airtight room with dead silence. And if you can't deal without not hearing, be able to hear your own self breathe, you're not ready for that aspect of life. Because why? You must confront your own fears to be able to survive in his life. Because why? You have to look within yourself first. You have to confront yourself, then get to his topics. And that is something he doesn't forces you to do, but he compels you to do. And a lot of people can't do that. Right? With AT&T, his one is very much structured. I don't necessarily have a problem with him. If I could get my lives closer to his, like structured to him, like, yeah, that'll be a plus. With my friend Junior, with my fellow Jordan, his one in the aspect, yeah. I mean, his one is when the misfits comes in and whatever, and it's playful, but sometimes there are people that comes in and they just like a blatant disrespectful. And sometimes he allows them to say what they gotta say, and he's being nice. He's playing nice with everybody. Okay, you say what you gotta say, whatever. But sometimes allowing people to do that is like you're giving them power. You have to set an accord. You have to set structure. People may not like it in aspect, but you have to put that. You must not allow people to walk all over you. People are not going to walk over Saul because his presence, the way his prowess, his mental prowess, the way he speaks, whatever, they are terrified of how he goes about. He sounds very calculated, right? AT&T is like that particular uncle that you fear very much, that don't spare the run and spoil the child, that kind of aspect. He's very militant, so you're not going to mess up in his life, right? Because he doesn't get on, but you don't want him to trip. As for Jordan, he needs to have more structure. He needs to put his foot down. I understand that he's trying to be a better person and doing stuff, but he needs to set that, because why? People takes advantage sometimes.
Yeah, I need some clarification. Who's scared of Placid?
Okay, so you may not be, because you know him more. You and I may know people that are around him knows him, but there are some people that is on his life may not know him fully, and the way he goes about himself, the way he acts, the way he speaks, and when the questions he asks. I mean, you're always double checking yourself. I have been in his life and I'm seeing people, they'll calculate him. He gives them basic, simple, short division, and you swear it's algebra they're doing. Because they're using sines and cosines and all these other things. Like, it's basic maths he's teaching you here. He's actually basic maths, and they're pulling out all the calculator to do the calculations. Like, no, it's a basic question he asks you. But they come so much prepared, thinking that they could outsmart him or they could outshine him, and he's like so simple. He's not hype, he's not this, he's not that. He's very subtle. And for some people, they can't deal with that.
So, since we do have two of the three that you've named on the panel,
right?
Let's talk shit for a moment, shall we? When it comes to Placid, what advice, we'll go this route, what advice would you give or offer, I guess, when it comes to what you see them not living to their potential in?
Okay. To be able to get advice, I first had to come to front. I have to come to terms of what they may not be living up to. So far, they've been
This
doing it.
isn't your
Unless
view.
I'm
This isn't your view. You've met them, you see them.
right.
What's your view?
No, but so far they've been doing their stuff. I have not found the flaws yet. They've been doing their stuff because if I could be more calculated, um, like Saul in that aspect, that'll be fun. If I could be more structured like Alien T, yeah, that would be a plus to what I do as Tantra child. Yeah. Right now, I am like
Yeah,
a
you're
twin.
giving a lot of positives. Negatives.
No, but I
Negatives. Where
don't.
are the
Okay, at
negatives?
this point, I don't have any at this point in time. At this point, I'm like a Siamese twins, like Jordan. But I don't have any flaws to them at this point in time.
Okay. What about me?
You? Oh, jeez.
Come
For
on,
you?
I opened the whole door right there.
I know. Okay, so this is what, based on the way you do your stuff. Like when you did that, when you took over the live, when you were asking Saul the questions that I didn't ask him, they were so precise, so eloquent. You had everyone engaged. Even I was engaged in the questions that you were. It shows that you have that quality to do something like this, to sit with people like this on a forum like this and do things like these, to bring about conversation and dialogue. You have that. You have that natural skills. You've been doing that whole night. It comes natural to you, Pika. Very much natural. But you must be able to find that. Yeah, I mean, you're doing stuff. I mean, you're doing your stuff that you need to do. But there's so much potential you have that you have not tapped into. You have that quality. Look what you did for tonight. You structured this whole thing. Look at the pictures, all this and that. It shows that you have a lot of potential to do a lot of stuff that we would enjoy. Come and sit in the crowd while you're doing what you do, sitting with people and having dialogue, asking questions, going places that some people might be a little intimidated to be allow people to go into. But at the end of the day, it's for more or less, it's that aspect of understanding who people are. And you've been doing that, right? You've been doing that in aspect. So you have that quality. While, okay, let's play plain talk about it. While Alien T has been playing nice, right? He's been playing gentleman. He's playing at gentleman's chess. So he's playing nice and all these different things, being coy, because that is his character and he's playing that. Saul is going in between whatever the stand, but he's not really diving in. He's not really going head on at that point in time. Because if it's a debate, then you, on the other hand, you're a Harley Quinn. You're going places that people not expect you to go, and you're asking questions that you're not what people would not think that you would ask. But at the end, you ask the questions, and it brings out answer that people want to hear. And you have that particular act, you have that purpose, but you must find that truth. You must find that ability that is there that we see and harness it properly. You have it.
I already knew I had this. I get bored with it.
Right. Well,
to be honest,
that's you. No, that's your choice.
But I do understand what you mean, because I do see the potential in others. It's one of the gifts that I didn't realize were a gift, because it would let me down over time, because people don't like to rise to their potential.
Right.
That being said, it can get bogged down and frustrating when I see so much potential, especially in the three of you.
Right.
And stagnancy. For whatever
Why?
reason, life or learning or having, whatever it may be that could be, it's just like, I see it, I understand it, and I want to just push y'all off the cliff and then see you fly. Know what I mean?
All right. Okay, fine. But what would that suffice? What would what would that give you?
Be fun for me.
Okay, fine. That's going to be fun for you and other people. But what this has to do with you being a person that can keep the attention span of people for elongated aspect of time, that you can ask the hard-hitting questions and ask questions that people are going to be invested in and want to sit down to listen. What is keeping you from becoming that particular person? I could have said, okay, well, I met alien.
Getting bandanaed every time I go live.
Okay, how come I'm not getting that an aspect? Or at least not yet. Thank God.
Literally
Knock
the
on wood.
last time that you were on my live, I got
Right.
bandanaed.
Interesting. TikTok does all like you.
You didn't, but I did. So, but anyway,
Right.
this isn't about me though. Nice try. This is about
Right.
you. Now, we've talked about the 3 people that you frequent, and guys, you can chime in because I'm just kind of going down the list. So if you have any community related questions, now would be the time. What do you see in the community as a whole? What would you adjust? I'm asking you your own question back at you.
All right, cool. So let's deal with what's the flaw to what can be done. There has been a breakdown in the community across the network, across the social, across the platform. It has been there's a blatant disrespect, that there's an uprise. People feel that they know more than other people and they're better than other people and they can do things better than other people. I'm okay with someone feeling that they got more balls and they can do things, fine. But you don't need to call out another group or make remarks about other people doing stuff. If you do a thing, you do your thing. You do it in your nature and wherever, because there's enough space for everybody to have to hold their own platform and aspect. You have that. Right? And I don't like that. I don't like the idea of people making a mockery of other people while they're trying to do something. They may be lost in what they're doing, fine. They may not have everything, whatever, but fine. They're still trying to do something. They're making efforts. But just because you may not like somebody or your energy doesn't mesh with the other person, that doesn't mean that you must have conflict and have lives and being giggling and laughing with other people in your so-called small community, and you're using vernacular and slangs of the other individuals from the other group, which people, if they know, they'll know who they are. Right? That's for me is that for me is very disrespectful. Right? Me personally, I don't. This might sound bad, and I do apologize. I do not like the modern day hippies. Meaning, I sit around and watch other people talk about stuff that they have no idea about. They're claiming that they know stuff. They know that they're connected. They're this and that. No, you're not connected. You're not connected to a source. You're acknowledging something that doesn't exist. You're speaking from a place that you don't necessarily know. And a lot of people are giving life to these individuals to that and making them feel that they're more enlightened. It are people that are the flavor of the month. I didn't try to be the flavor of the month. I don't like people being the flavor of the month, because when you are finished being the flavor of the month, what happens? You're going to be old news. Somebody else come. Because why? You're not trying to be your authentic self. Try to be your authentic self. If you don't know something, you don't know something. Don't try to be here, then everywhere. I did that in the beginning, and I found places that I didn't want to be in because it didn't suit my character. It didn't suit what my outlook was as what I was going to do as Tantra child. But I see people going here, there, and ever, trying to be relevant, trying to be, they said, okay, I'm here, and there, and everywhere. It's like, no, be you. Be who you are and do your thing. Build from the ground up. But I see people doing these different things, and they're speaking from places that they don't know. I don't like that, and I'm not going to support that. What I want in the community is people to be respectable. I want people to be their authentic self, right? And if you don't know something, say you don't know. Don't pretend that you know. I don't know everything. Because I'll tell you plain dog bad manners. I hear people talking about chakras, and the way that they speak about it, and I do forgive me that I'm going to go off script here, they speak about it as though they know what the hell it is. That they can listen to a song, they can listen to a tune or something, shake, rattle, and roll, and their chakra is going to open, this is going to open, that's going to open. Right? That's not what I learned. So you're trying to tell me the Brahmins, the sages, and all the different doctrines that were written since the Vedic time coming up, they're wrong? That it took what? To listen to to listen to any particular song? I can listen to a Barney song, I can listen to a Peppa Pig song, and my chakras will open, my third eye will open. I don't got to do the work.
Not Peppa Pig. Okay, we're not even going there.
No, but I'm
No,
going
thank you.
to go there. Well, fine. But this is what? That you can listen to something at a particular hertz and it's going to open stuff? Please, really seriously? So all the mantras and the offerings and devotions that people have done to align their chakras properly, because your chakras are always active. As long as you're breathing in and out, your chakras are open. If your chakras are dead, you are dead. You're trying to tell me by just listening to a particular song at a particular hertz unravels everything? Okay then. Then I don't need all the books I have. I can burn everything. I don't need the knowledge that I have. And how people speaks about Hinduism like they know what it is. They don't. They don't know what Hinduism is. They don't know the struggles. They speak from a place of thinking they know, but they don't. And the way that they're speaking and whatever, and people are gobbling this up. People are gobbling this up. And for me, that is very distasteful.
All right,
And I will
moving
not-
on real quick because I'm trying to be mindful, and I see two people in the comments that I was hoping would pop back in. We're gonna go and we're gonna continue to talk some shit. / not actually shit. You get what I mean. But Humble is in the comments.
Right?
Gigi
What
is
about
in
Humble?
the comments.
Mm-hmm.
Astro is in the comments.
Right.
I want
Is this the
you-
point where is this the
Yep.
point where
Uh-huh.
I do the
Oh,
part
yeah.
when you ask me people,
Oh, yeah.
call people name? Why
Oh,
did you
yeah.
sit say that? That was the easy part. Just say, okay, I'm gonna call people name, tell me what you think about him honestly. And I give you that as an opinion.
I was working on it, but I want to call it talking shit because it's fun for me.
All right. Go ahead, start.
Humble.
Little sister, spoiled at times, but yet has a lot of worth. From the time I knew her to what I know now, she has grown so much. She is more centered. She is not transparent as I see through. She has substance, and she has grown. And she is something that, in time to come, she is going to be someone that, a lot of people can learn from and look up to.
All right. Gigi.
Very sharp, very brilliant, a brilliant mind. As much she is beautiful, her mind is the same. She is my confidant. She is my ride or die partner, my friend. As much she harasses my soul every day, every minute, all 2-3 o'clock in the morning because she's having stuff done. When I need to talk about tantra child stuff and doing things, she's the first person I go to, and I throw things at her, and she's like, she gives me her honest opinion. Every lives I do, she critiques it and tell me where did I go good, where did I go bad, what I can change, and I have listened to her every step of the way, and I have seen a lot of profit with her. So she is a brilliant mind.
Astro.
Oh my God. He's like an old friend. that you go with him, I can kick back, I can talk crap, I could ask stupid questions, but yet so when I need to be serious, I can be serious with him. When I need to be a fucking ass, I can be an ass with him, and he's the same thing. As much I can dish stuff, he can dish stuff, but he's someone that when I need to hear an honest truth, he will tell me that, and he has done that. He didn't have to, but he did, and he told me something. Right? He told me about I cannot love everyone at the same capacity, and it didn't break me. It made me. It shattered me, yes, but to realize that I was more or less spreading myself thin for other people, making them priorities when I was just an option to them, and he helped me a lot for that.
I sage my sage. I didn't know y'all talked, but she wants
Yeah,
to
we
know
did.
about her.
Yeah. Oh, Sage. Sage is like, she's like that little spoiled. She's like that little sister too. She is that individual. As much she is spoiled, as much she might step over a line. Anyone makes her cry, you're gonna fuck them up. I don't care what she does. If she's wrong, you make her cry, you're gonna fuck that person up. And every time I could just pop into her life for me a second, she will always greet me, and she's always with a warm smile. Hi, Tantra, this, that, or whatever. She would just reach out to me out of the blue. I haven't been on your lives. I've been busy doing stuff, whatever, this, that. And I wasn't looking out for an apology, but she would give me that to show that, she considers me in what I'm doing and all these things.
You're
And I
thinking
really
of
appreciate it.
Callie. I'm talking Gabrielle. I sage my sage, not sages
Oh,
of
sorry.
the ages. I know.
Okay.
Everybody
My
gets them
bad.
confused all the time.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yes, yeah. Okay, cool. Don't think about that. All right, so Sage or my Sage. Okay, I know what you're talking about. For her, I'm afraid to say.
Say it.
I don't know. For other reason, I find myself attracted to her. She's very beautiful. I like how she cares about herself. Honestly, plain to a bad honest. There's something about that I just like. I don't know what it is. I don't know what OB she's working, but yeah, it's good. I like her vibes. I just find her to be attractive in some aspect, and I like, she's cute.
Sarah Lynn.
Boy. Sarah Lynn. What can I say about Sarah Lynn? Oh, jeez. Sarah Lynn is a person that I can sit down and have dialogue about spirituality. When I want to talk about different aspects of spirituality and from just normal base, not from just basic Hinduism, she is a wealth of knowledge. She knows her stuff. I love that when I'm doing live, she's there and she brings a lot to the table. She tests me up to a point by the question she asks me. So I always on my P's and Q's where she's concerned. She's a magnificent person. I love her a lot and I respect what she does.
Alien T.
Alien T becomes that older brother, someone that you look up to because they're doing things the way that you would like to. They have already established themselves, and you would like to reach their level in some aspect. They may not be able to be identical to them, but to be up in that echelon, because plain talk, bad manners. I never thought I would be sitting with Alien T. I never thought I would actually capture his attention. I know that you, Pika, had advocated a lot for me and Jordan to connect, and when we connected, it was just that friendship just flourished to the point where he does check up on me. He texts me. We will talk. We'll discuss stuff. And right now, I owe him 2 lives, and I had to try to make it up to him. But Alien T has become that measuring thing that if I can raise my stock as Tantra Child to what he does as Alien T, yeah, that's kind of simple, because he's a measuring stick for me. He's someone that I look up to. Not because he tells me that I resemble his brother-in-law, but that kind of thing. But just saying.
Placid.
Placid is a person that When you want to test your might, you want to test your skills, you want to sharpen your blade, you go to him. He's someone that I respect to be very, very intelligent. His rapport, his character, everything is so poised, is very more subtle. He's almost like, he's a mixture between a cobra and a rattlesnake. You don't hear the rattle, you don't necessarily see the cobra until the strike. That's his aspect. And I love the way he carries about himself. But for me, he was intimidating in the beginning when I came across him because the way he goes about, I was like, I don't think I can sit with him. I don't think I can literally have a conversation with him. But eventually we did. And, it was humbling for me that he came around to my lives and sat down in my lives and he was listening to me. And, he had questions for me to answer. And like, okay, I did something good because I didn't get a follow-up question. I didn't get something that was contradicting. He was satisfied. I was like, okay, cool. This kind of good. This kind of right. But as I got to know him more, that when we was engaging in Jordan's life and that aspect, I was like, okay, cool. He is a very, fun-loving person. Though he has his intelligence, but, I can hang with him. I could ask him questions. I can learn from him. So yeah.
Spoiled brat.
Oh, jeez. The brat himself, Jordan. That, for me, it would be brother. I could literally, Jordan and I can talk for hours, which we have done before, because the conversations we have based on what we are talking, we will start talking about scrambled eggs, and we will end up talking about philosophy of life, and talking about the Kabbalah, talking about the Vedas, the Devas, all these different things, and we'll go from one thing and it's keep on going. If we don't have something to do, that conversation is going to go on. And we just always say it, we need to do a live on this because we talk about a lot of profound things. We test each other, we educate each other and so forth. And, it's just for me very healthy. The idea that he is a person of chess, he plays mental chess while I play mental chess and physical chess is nice because a lot of people don't understand the way he speaks at time, and I could understand his lingo. He could ramble on, and I can understand exactly what he's saying and where he's going to go. Before he finishes that sentence, I know exactly where he's going to end it. And yeah, that's fun for me. So I love the rapport that me and him has. That is something very genuine and something I very much cherish.
Now has come to the portion where I would like to invite people up, unless Placid and Alien T have anything to add before this occurs.
I've enjoyed it. I think it would be great to have some other people.
All right, so let me change the thingamabob.
Did I miss Pika? Did you speak on Pika? Did I miss that?
Didn't go. No, you didn't miss because we didn't go we did not go in depth to where she's concerned, but I'll do that just to make it proper. For Pika has been there when I was going through something on TikTok. Something had happened, and I didn't have nobody else around me because I was fairly new. And I went to Pika. I don't know what made me go to her, and I went to her, and Pika has been there. She is a person that if you fucked up, she's going to tell you, you fucked up. You fucked this up. You did that. You did bullshit, whatever. And she has done that in many a times when our conversations, but she had always been a voice of reason when I needed her to be that. When I need something, she has been that. Some of the stuff that I do as Tantra Child is because of her influence, because she's like, bring things to modern day. As much you go back in time with the Vedic knowledge, bring it to modern day. And I always listen to that aspect of her, and I try to apply it to what I do as Tantra Child. So she is a person that I honor her truth, and however cold it might be at times, because why? I know it's the medicine that I need to fix me. Okay then.
Sorry, I'm multitasking. All right, but like you could have pulled somebody's up. I'm just saying.
I'm the guest, ma'am. I am not in control of anything.
I appreciate what you said, though. Thank you.
All right. So we've got
Tantra,
some.
we're going to need to talk more because I'm more than just a cute face, my friend.
Oh, Jesus. As my
Wow.
let's put it this way, as my infamous oh Father Lord.
I'm so excited because my goal was to get his ass to blush. I win.
Why? No,
Let's
I
start.
found her. I find her cute. What the hell? She's cute. I also was like, who's this individual? It's okay, nice. I mean, sometimes she does come off a little scary, but nobody's perfect.
I'm not scary.
You're not sitting in my position.
Bitch, you know you can be. Get out of here.
I don't think I'm scary at all. I'm very nice.
If you ask Jack the Ripper, he doesn't find him scary. You can ask Jason Voorhees, he doesn't find he's scary. Jason Michael Myers, he doesn't find he's scary. Even Freddy Krueger, he doesn't find he's scary.
Just to get this back on track. Right, because it's my damn job right now.
Right.
Now we get to go around and you get to be told about you from these guys.
This is going to be embarrassing.
So, are you ready?
Did you want to allow any of the new people to come up that have come up to ask questions that they may have?
Well, I want to finish up the this portion and then yes.
Okay, cool. So
Tell us about Tantra.
You know, what's amazing is what I've learned. The more that I learn about Tantra and understand where his background is, where he's coming from, the more impressed, honestly, I am. Like tonight, learning about his growth from his past, like this humility point where he was broken down and needed to reassemble himself, place himself into a state of humility in order to do that. That is extraordinary to me. It speaks of character that is not common. And when I also understand more about his intentions for the community and for the people that he engages with, bringing them together into this place of basically a place of understanding in terms of what they are capable of spiritually. I love that, and I resonate with that very much. So I can only say that I'm more and more impressed with this man, honestly.
Wow. Whew. Honestly, wasn't looking for that one. I'm very much humbled by that in every aspect. And I hope that I can deliver.
Yeah, you
Go
certainly are.
last.
Okay. Alien T.
All right, here I am. Because first of all, too kind what you said earlier. Far too kind. I look up to you, Tantra Child. I love your headset, your microphone, your chair. I want to aspire to have that. No, you are somebody that gives me hope. It gives me hope because I realize I'm not alone in what I am attempting to do. We need many of us. You give me hope because of your dedication. You know what you know it very well. And I do look up to you. I did as soon as I heard you speak. You are one of the best storytellers I've ever heard. And we're not talking fiction. We're talking, you teach with stories. And that is a gift. And I would encourage you to please do more, Tantra Child. We need more. And I do look up to you as well.
Yeah. Thank you for the kind words. I love telling stories. Honestly, I do. I love to tell the stories because it takes me back to when I was a kid, learning them and listening from the pundits and the priests who told them. I love as to break it down and tell them, and give all the different aspects of it and tell you where you could find it. That is a plus for me. Yes. So there are much stuff I can say. I could give a little snippet. There are much more things coming when I come back from Canada. When I come back from Canada, there's a lot of stuff. I've been liaising with my VP. So there's a lot of stuff coming where Tantra Trial is concerned. So there's going to be a lot more Tantra Trial.
That's good news. Beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
And if you wanna have lunch, let me know.
While I'm up there?
He wants to have a slumber party. He already said this.
Wait. Okay. Well, seeing that we're on this summer, let's do this. So I'm going to be up there based on A&T schedule. The plan is to more or less meet up. If it's to have lunch, because I don't think you're too far from me. I think it's like 3 hours drive or something like that. Because I'm in Burlington. You're in what?
I'm north of Toronto. So here's the deal. It's an hour and a half in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe even an hour. I may drive too, because I'm a little
Right.
further. Yeah.
Right.
Vaughan, Mississauga, if you prefer.
Mm-hmm.
We can meet somewhere.
Yeah. We can meet somewhere. So when I'm up there and I settle in within the first 2 days, I will reach out to you via Discord and we will set something up.
I will stand next to you live on your camera. It'll be a first. You deserve that.
Not a problem. I want to, because I think a lot of people want that too. A lot of people want us to do a co-host live while I'm up there. So we gotta get them something.
And by then I'll have my toque on, which Pika thinks is a hilarious word.
It is a hilarious word.
It's a freaking
honest.
beanie. He's talking about a beanie.
Either way, it's
question
hilarious.
to the host who's running this. Can I step out for 2 seconds? I need to use the little boy's room.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'll be back.
So y'all want to talk shit about Tantra all this time?
Yeah, but you could told him no.
I want to talk more shit about the toque.
Yeah, he didn't. Yeah, well, hey, it's a toque, guys. Canadians invented it. It's a toque. You guys changed the name.
I got a bone to pick with him though, but I'm gonna wait until Pika says it's okay.
Oh, it's
Got a
Humble,
bone
and
to
then it's your
pick with the
turn.
toque.
And then Gigi's, and Sarah Lynn, then
Yep.
Evita, and then me.
Yeah. No, but this is outside of like what we're saying right now.
Oh, then after us.
After that, all of it. Well, after it.
You gotta tell him about him first.
Well, I think Tantra Child is a pain in the ass. He doesn't do his homework. He's always playing chess and stirring the shit pot, and he doesn't want to lick the spoon. Okay?
That
So,
sounds
even in
more
the middle
like
of these lives.
that sounds more like Placid, like literally though.
Listen, birds of a feather flock together, but now the focus is on
What
Tantra.
does that make you, Humble?
Birds of a feather been flocking together.
She did her homework.
No, he didn't.
No, you did.
No, oh, I sure did. I always do my homework. Shoot, that's A1 from day one. But he does not. He does not do his homework. I give him homework, and he's like, I'll get to that. Let me put it on my list of never. It's like the never-ending
That
story.
sounds like somebody else as well. This makes so much more sense. They really do flock together.
I'm telling you, man.
Mm-hmm.
These feathers be flocking together. Yeah, he's a pain in the ass. And that shit spoon he stirs with people sometimes. He's like, all right, let's talk about these people. I'm like, ooh, no. Make better choices with your whole life.
Oh, damn.
Okay, I'm back.
Oh,
Oh,
he's back.
Who's-
Hold on,
welcome.
guys. He's back.
You're
Hold
gonna
on.
have to go ahead, Humble.
Welcome, Your Grace. How is it?
Okay, did I miss something?
Nope.
You never do your homework. You're a shit stirrer. You don't like to lick the spoon. Yep, birds of a feather been flocking together. The ducks be cackling.
Okay, I lost, but all right.
But
She
who?
was talking about you.
Okay, break it down.
He never- He never does his homework. Been talking about Brahman's cave for I don't even know how long, and he's like, "Yeah, I'll put that on my list of fifth and ever."
Yes, I know. I did promise you my sweet. And it's like everybody that I see it on my comments, like, damn, I need to call Humble and talk about this thing. I need to do this.
Mm-hmm.
To the point
okay.
that no, we're going to do it because I actually ordered a book that goes into depth with it.
Oh dang! He was like, "I need to wait till I get my textbooks."
No, I need to be at the top of my game what I'm doing because it's going to be a profound thing. Because when I started calling, it's like, wait, it's going to deal with the third eye. I was like, oh boy, this is going to be deep.
This is beautiful because for me, I would like to share about Tantra and my experience, and this leads right into it. When we ask questions as a collective, it is a rare, rare gift to find an embodied practitioner who double checks himself and his own work, who is accountable to the collective, who ensures that he has the accurate, up-to-date literature as well as the historical background of it to share, that is a man of integrity, and who is so gracious to share the knowledge that he has. So, for me, I would say that Tantra Child is the embodiment of a great bodhisattva.
Wow. Touching, very much touching.
Which means for the ones who don't speak the language.
You could call him a wise sage or like a Buddha.
Ah, okay. Thank you.
Yes.
My. Wow. That has me a little choked up. That honestly has me kind of choked up.
Pika, you better mark that down. I
Leave
am
it to the
winner.
Cancer. To
I
make
am the winner.
Cancer almost
I will
there.
collect my money at the end of this live.
Gabrielle.
Yes. We're saying
Tell
we're telling
Tantra about
what we're gonna
Tantra.
do. Okay, so this is a two-way street because Tantra, I actually don't know you very well, but I have gotten to know you a little bit in the lives that we've been in together.
Right.
What I've realized is that you stick to your guns, or sorry, you stick to your, you know what I'm saying, right? You know, yeah, that word. Like you stick to it. You're very active. Like I can tell that spirituality is your entire world. But yeah, I appreciate you. And I'm looking forward to learning more. As I challenge you in a little bit when Pika says it's okay. You said you were scared, so I had to bring it.
Yeah, true.
Let's do it.
Thank you for the kind words. It would be a pleasure to cultivate a friendship with you. To be able to pick your brain as much you pick mine. I like the way you go about your stuff. You do hold your own in conversations, which I like. You do your thing. You're very much free spirited in how you go about yourself, and I like that. And it would be a pleasure to be able to actually host a live with you based on different topics that you may want to discuss.
Yeah, I'd love to do that. That would be fun. We'll definitely have to plan it. You can send me a DM, and we definitely will. I'm
No
here
problem.
for it.
Gigi, do you want to go right before me? Or would you like to go now?
I will go now, please, but I'm gonna turn my camera because Tantra want to apologize due to employment and I was able to participate as far as interviewing, but I was ready. Look, I was ready. Hold on.
Uh-huh.
So this is Gigi with her microphone, my big headset.
Wait, hold up. Wait. Let me put it. Wait. Let's expand. Let's expand. Let's see
love
this.
it.
It's bigger than your microphone, but I have my headset. But I just wanted to say, all jokes aside, this is how I was going to interview you. Ready. But all jokes aside, I can't even take myself seriously with this. I think my microphone won. So,
You're beautiful. I love seeing your face.
but, oh my God.
I know, right? Freaking gorgeous.
Oh, thank you. But I wanted to say, and I wanted to turn my camera on because I wanted to say thank you for, I'm going to get emotional. Thank you for helping me embrace Lord Shiva Makali without the fear mongering and the correct information, without doubting that the information is correct or not. Thank you for allowing me to call you at 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning like I have.
Yeah.
Tell you what my experiences are because they're ongoing. Thank you for helping me embrace Hinduism and incorporate it into my practice without I'm being you know me, Tantra. I am grateful for our friendship and I appreciate it. Thank you for allowing me to express my creativity and helping you cultivate or incorporate my perspective within your beliefs as well and what you're wanting to do. I'm just grateful for having a friend that knows the information that is guiding me in Hinduism the correct way and providing me the correct information. So I'm grateful for that. So thank you for allowing me to be the VP. And for you expressing yourself, although you held back, your authentic self and embracing that Ravi and Tantra Child is one and one, not divided.
Thank you so much. As I
Because I've had debates with him. You don't understand, guys. Tantra Child is my friend. I've called him at, like I said, at 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, like, oh my God, this happened. What does this mean? And he breaks it down for me. And then we turn it into a little debate.
As we do.
I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. If I have to put Tantra Child in his place, I have. And it's not Tantra Child, it's Ravi. I was like, what do you think? What are you doing? What are you saying? What are you thinking? And he's done the same for me. You know what I mean? I'm grateful for that type of friendship that we have. And I wish nothing but the best for you. And thank you. Like I said, you have a lot to offer. Let your light shine as well. Okay,
oh jeez. One second. So I want to say to you, Gigi, thank you for all that you have done. You have been a very good friend, a close friend, a best friend. You have been a confidant. You have been my support team. You have been my critic, my greatest critic and aspect. But you, in everything, even when you had to more or less put me in my place because I was acting like a small brat, you always had my best interests. And everything that I have achieved via Ravi and Tantra Child, doing what I do on TikTok, off of TikTok, and so forth, in my personal life, in my work, you have been there supporting me all the way and helping me and everything. And I could never ask for a better friend than that, and I hope that, that friendship flourishes and grows. It always has been a pleasure to answer all your questions, even when I'm now coming home after 3 nights shift to answer questions at that particular time in the morning when I'm groggy. But it was my pleasure, and I will continue to try to do my best ability to always be there to give you the answers that you need and assist you in whatever you need to.
Thank you. And for the record, guys, when he answers at 4 o'clock in the morning, he goes, yes. Oh, Father Lord. Oh, Father Lord. That's all I hear.
Of course. All right.
Well, thank you. And I'm just, like I said, I'm grateful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Derlin?
Oh yes, my turn. What can I say? I remember the first night that I met you in Humble's Live. We didn't know you from anybody. We were talking about energy, and you actually understood it. So I'm like, who's this guy? I need to keep him on my radar. And then from there, you started hanging around other places that I was in, and you started doing your own lives. And from there, it's been a beautiful friendship. I love how you are so willing to teach everyone, but also listen and are receptive to learning as well. That's very valuable.
Yep. I do remember. I remember to the first time we met. The conversation we kind of met on was we were talking about energies, and you mentioned the aspect of tantric wisdom. And I questioned your ethics or what you know, and you explained what you learned and where you learned it from. And from that, I earned. You didn't earn my respect, but I gave you my respect because by the way that you answer that. And from then, from live to live that we did, and to the point I was doing my own, you have always been a mainstay on my life. You have always come and you have added so much to my life. You have helped me to break down what I was teaching and add more to it and help me along with what I was doing. Because for me, it was a learning process, and you were there just like Humble and Pika to help me and assist me along to doing what I did to where I can stand on my own, and I will always appreciate that. I think the most profound thing that you ever told me is that there was a morning that I was on Pika's live, and something Pika had asked me. They were talking about something, and I came in. You were on the live and your husband wasn't on. Your husband was like, who's that guy? He came in and he changed the whole energy. Everything changed when he walked in. And I was like, okay. Didn't realize I had that knack or that presence. And that for me was humbling too, because, I didn't realize I had that persona that when I walked into a room that, I can shift energy, I can shift the energy, be it for positive or change it from what it was and that forth. But our conversation has always been something of spectacular, and I do enjoy the conversation we have.
Yeah, I remember that live. It was in the evening. It was later at night on one of Pika's lives. And I was in there for a while, and that's why he was in there. He stalks a lot of the rooms that I'm in. He's always like the quiet, shy one looking in the corner, but watching. And I had left because I had something else to do. I think I had another appointment or something. And I had left, and he messaged me, and he goes, who's Tantra Child? And I said, he's just, somebody I talk to. I go to his lives. Why? And he goes, because that man has power. He shifted the energy in that room. And yeah, you definitely caught his attention for sure.
Avita? I don't want to say it wrong.
Hello.
This should be interesting.
To all. Yes, greetings to all. I'm finally here, Tantra Child. So I was very busy today, but I saw the live earlier and then I saw it tonight. So I said, let me just try to at least come in. And I think I come in at a very good point and a very good part as well. So my personal experience with Tantra Child, and I'm going to be very frank because this is who I am. At first, I think I had shared a video and no comments under that. And then we kind of reached out via private DM, and then we end up conversing via phone. And the conversation was like, 2 to 3 hours?
Yep.
Very well, very much long. And at first I would have probably find he came across with an over strong personality of being probably, I thought, cocky. But it was because he's intelligent, it's because he is very knowledgeable and because he knows his stuff undeniably. And I give him a lot of respect for that. And I think that he sells himself short because I think he should be a Pujabi or Pundit. I think he is with more than the qualifications to do so. And I believe he's going to do that. I think that he's going to eventually embrace that and he's going to walk that path. And he's very knowledgeable. I enjoy having conversations with him, and he's open even for debates because I just be debating with Tantra. And it's nice because it's like I pick in his head and he pick back my head, and then he would understand why I'm saying what I'm saying. And it's the same, I would be open to understanding what he says. So it is a conversation that I always enjoy. I think the last time we spoke for like 3 hours, and honestly, because I honestly had to go, it would have gone longer. It would have actually gone longer. I don't see the time. I don't feel the time, because when people, like-minded people, meet each other and they are conversing and it is interesting things, it feels like a long, long rabbit hole that you actually don't feel the length, time and space that passes. Yeah, and I don't know him for that long period of time, but for the little time that I do know Tantra, speaking with him, it is informative and I enjoy it. So that's my personal experience with him. And again, I say, when you're knowledgeable, when you know your stuff, it may come across cocky because he will push buttons, and I like that because he just push buttons, and I think he wants us to push buttons together, but soon. But he's push buttons, and he really don't care when he push those buttons, and I commend him for that, 110%. So it goes over the natural highest marker. So that's my personal experience with Tantra.
I don't know you, but I like you a lot, and I
So Avita is from Trinidad and Tobago. She's from my homeland. She is from the Orisha worship and so forth. She did put up a video about the fire pass, about people walking over the coals, which is part of a South Indian ritual. So, a lot of people were putting up their thing and whatever. So I shoot straight through it. It's like Trinidad, they're doing this out of context, that round context from a different perspective of worship. So she found that profound. It's like everybody was like, preaching the same thing. And he just went totally opposite to what they were doing. And he just stated XYZ. That caught her eye. For me, I came across her videos because she was talking about aspect of spirituality from the Orisha faith, which is, as any faith you will know, does have its pros and cons, and it have people would speak things from different aspects. And she spoke for it from a very learned perspective, from the old traditional ways, from the old folklore ways that her grandparents, her parents, her grandparents, and great grandparents taught her coming down. That is how the tradition is, from the elders come down. So she speaks from that aspect. And for me, that it was she standing up for truth. So it was a kindred spirit of something that I try to do best and so forth. So we did connect on that. And the first time we spoke for about 2 hours, and we talked about a lot of stuff, because she does acknowledge or venerates certain individuals from the Hindu faith. So I was able to add to what she was doing, explain certain, when she said she was doing certain things, I was able to explain, okay, so you're doing this is the purpose of that. So what she didn't have much understanding, I was able to help her with that in perspective. And we grew up perfect friendship, and she checks up to me. She tries her best to come in my lives, because she tries her best to come, even just to pop in just to say hi. And she's actually one of the person, because I'm looking so hard to find people within Trinidad and Tobago to bring on the round table, so that other people, like those who I'm sitting with here, who are from America, those who were different parts of America, those who are in Canada and other parts, can see the caliber of individuals who are standing up for truth, who's standing up for that aspect of faith, what they're into, and so forth. And so that, okay, Trinidad and Tobago does have people that are doing the work. They're more or less, as Humble would say, chopping wood, toting water. They're doing the job. They're doing everything. And Avita was one of those individuals that I've been trying to get, but she's so busy doing Obia.
Oh my God. I mean,
But if
it's
hopefully, hopefully when I come back from Canada, I can fit her in before the end of the year or within the new year, doing the round table and so forth. Because why? She has a lot for a very young person. She has a lot to offer, and I would love her to meet other individuals that is of that particular practice. Who one is actually in the room right now, which is actually Gigi, and they could that connection of the aspect of those how Gigi does her stuff from her aspect of faith compared to how Avita there's so much that we can learn from both of them an aspect, right? And I would love to sit with two of them and talk about the Orisha because I'm fascinated about it. I venerate.
We'll network on your own time, my guy. If I let you go, it's gonna go and go and go.
All right, sorry.
Aveda's great,
right.
and we get to learn so much more about her when she's free. Bren.
Is Bren there?
Of course I am. So what are we doing? We roasting Tantra?
What's up, my brother?
Yep. Talking shit about Tantra? Proceed.
I thought it was roasting. Oh well, I'll put the fire out then. Sorry, ugly Dev. No.
Of course it is.
Well, I have to say, full-heartedly, and yeah, this is like being, and I'm even trying not to get emotional because this is like getting down a little bit to my core. Having somebody with the amount of knowledge and depth with all of Hinduism and being a Vedic astrologer, it's not only a must, but it's somewhat like an expectation that I'm swearing to. How am I going to put this? It's like if I'm doing Vedic astrology, I have to honor Hinduism 100%. And whenever I'm doing Jyotish, I hold myself to a really high standard into assuring everything that I advise with and suggest is at its best. But whenever there's something that I possibly may know, or if I don't know, I always refer everybody and anyone either to Devi, but most definitely to Tantra. And always say, if they ever override whatever I say, I don't care what it is, whatever they say, you go with it. Because I feel that's like part of an expectation in order for me to do Jyotish correctly, is to honor all of it and to make sure that the right information goes out. And it does remind me of my mentor in a way, because he was very intelligent, knowledgeable. And yes, of course, most definitely poking with the shiny stick to the hip, like, hey, what about this? Oh, that one hurt a bit. But I always know 100% that if I ever say something that's not correct, I know most definitely, and I always prefer it. If Tantra comes in and goes, hold on. That's not it. Okay, correct me. And that's something I appreciate, because I would much rather have somebody who has devoted and invested so much of their time into something that I can never explain how grateful I am. I can never say how valuable it is to have somebody be able to come in and give me the right information, especially if it's a whack. It's still something I'm going to cherish, because I would much rather be corrected than to just keep going along saying, oh, Shani Dev, oh, he's just like the sun. What? No! Yeah. and that's something I'll always cherish completely.
Bren, I respect you so much. Is a shame. I had to say honestly that personally, when I came across you with your particular style, I didn't understand it much. Honestly, I'm not lying here, but it kind of like it didn't settle properly. I was like, okay, all right, but I gotta understand. Okay, that's your style and that's the way you do your stuff. But I mean, besides the way you do your thing, and for me, something that's comical is ready. Your knowledge of what you speak from the Vedic perspective of Jewish and so forth. Because when I'm reading up the aspect of the Nagrahas, be it basic worship or under tantric worship and so forth, there's so much. I remember what you was like, wait, I heard Brent said this. Okay, yeah, Brent talked about this before. And all the different things about the nakshatras and whatever and so forth. You explained so much. I was like, when I'm reading it, I was like, that he knows his stuff. And honestly, dude, you don't get the recognition you deserve because you are so much knowledgeable. I know that I had, and I'm not going to get blasted for this by Humble too. I know that I did promise you to do an Nagraha special, and I am going to keep my commitments. Just let me come back from Canada and I will do all that because I am trying my best to maintain all the promises I made because why? I deserve you guys deserve that in every aspect. You have aided me so much in me being Tantra child. The respect that you have given me and showed me is more than I could fathom an aspect. Honestly, when people are doing the work, I don't like to correct those people unless it's somebody trying to be cocky like Pika. So
All I heard was AT was your favorite in all that you said.
so that kind of thing. But I know if I was correcting you, it was because that I was giving you something that you was not privy to, and an aspect. I will say this much, and this goes for all of you guys. If at any point in my discussions or interactions with you, with any one of you, I have come across cocky, I have come across boastful, I have disrespected any one of you by what I was stating, by looking like as though I was trying to chop you down to what you were trying to explain. I do apologize.
Every time. That chessboard.
Wow.
I have to say though, at least for me, I would much rather get the shunny stick to the back of the head and no, not say that again, ever. Now I know never to be that dimwitted again. Okay, got it.
Be asking him questions. I'm like, tell me more about this. He's like, oh no.
Oh no. Whack.
My turn?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
So, one of my, we'll call it a gift. Fuck it. I don't look at it that way. Is that I find people who have so much potential in them, it's bursting. I can feel it, I can hear it, I can see it. And that's exactly what I heard the day that I found you. My first thought was, this dude totally sounds like Sebastian the Crab. This is the best thing I've ever heard in my life.
You do really?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm like, this is great. I get stories from Sebastian. I'm
Lord.
5 years old again. This is wonderful.
Under the sea.
Ariel, come back here this instant.
Oh yeah, he'll damn sure say it like that too, for real. But there was such a hunger and just a want to give all of this information to someone, anyone. anyone that would listen because of how profoundly it had affected you. And I hear that. I hear that frequency. I understand it, and I can just find it. I heard it in a lot of you guys on the panel too. It's like when I say when I go, I found another one. Like that's what I mean. There is an aspect where part of me just wants to get you all together and, hey guys, family's back. Family reunion time. This is so much fun. This is great. And I love finding new members of my family. I can wholeheartedly say that you are one. There is no doubt. You're kind of like the annoying ass little brother who likes to poke at me. But in the same breath, the older brother who's very protective. And as someone who didn't get to meet their brother until they were like 20, having so many siblings, it touches a beautiful place in my heart that needed that healing. And you've never treated me as though just because I did not maybe want to learn the certain things from you, that I was wrong for that. And that is such a beautiful thing and very rare among people, especially with someone who has such convictions about their religion, their views, like you do. Just to allow me to be me. Good, bad, and ugly. I can be me. And you praise it and you accept it. And you even try and nurture it. And I really appreciate you. I love you very much.
As I told you in the beginning, and I will always say it to the end, it doesn't bother me that you don't want to learn, that you're not fascinated with doing artis, doing hawans, doing pujas, and all the other things that other people were learning. I'm totally okay you being Pika, wanting the stories, having the questions, pressing the buttons. Once you're there in my life, I'm okay. You can ask a million questions, I will answer all of them. You want 1,000 or 10,000 of stories, I'll give you all of them. Because that is who you are, and I'm totally okay with that. Hinduism is not your cup of tea, so be it. All right, fine. That doesn't change who you are. That's not going to change my perspective of you. It's not going to change my respect, my love, my affection towards you, and all the things that you do and all the things that you bring to the table. That's not going to change. And even till today, that hasn't changed. I like when you're being stubborn. I like when you're being hard-headed. I don't like when you are picking on yourself too much, because why? You sell yourself short. As much they said, I sometimes sell myself short. You sell yourself short, and I see so much potential in you that you can do so much. And for me, it would be a thrill to sit in your life while you are doing these things that you are meant to do. But as I said, you not wanting to learn Hinduism would have never changed and has not changed my respect for you, my love for you, and so forth. Because when a point in my TikTok life when nobody was there and when my character was questioned, you was there. You didn't take advantage of the situation. You didn't bullshit me. You didn't ridicule me. You didn't persecute me. You stood by my side until I was ready to stand. I was ready to more or less stand on my own. And when I did try to do that by doing my own TikTok, you were there instrumental aiding me while I was in my life. Humble was the same thing, and so forth. You guys then my VP came into play, aiding me, but you were there in all that, helping me. This look at what you have helped me to create. The image that I use for the round table. That's your creation. So you have given me a lot. I'm not going to look different at you because you don't want to learn to do arty. No, it's okay. I'm totally okay with that. When you stop being Pika, that is when it's going to hurt me. That is when it's going to disappoint me. When you stop being Pika. When you stop being that Harley Quinn.
Harley Quinn has multifacets.
I know.
I was just gonna say, keep growing, Pika. Keep shedding those layers, sister.
Harry Skiggle.
Tantra,
I think
stay
he
under the
embrace-
sea for me.
I think he'll embrace Pika as she is because Tantra is all about being authentic. And authenticity is the key to all and each person's highest potential. So it doesn't matter
True.
if someone doesn't always see your IQ or likes the same color you like or the same food that you enjoy. I think is the other aspects we are able to appreciate each other in our own unique and contributive way.
True.
Stay under,
Okay, Tantra, say it.
Say what?
under the sea.
Under the sea.
Hold on. Let me round up that because Vida, you're right. There is such value in that though, because of how rare it is for someone to be willing to do that for another person. People are so wrapped up in their own views and values and morals that they don't look outside of themselves. And when all of you guys came into my life, I was at probably a pretty pivotal moment where being my authentic self was actually being praised rather than too much or less or whatever, however somebody viewed it. So it is just much appreciated and I love you all. Now go ahead, sing Under the Sea.
Yeah, right. That's not going to happen. No. Brent can do it.
Under the sea.
All I need you to say is under the sea. You don't even have to sing it. Just say the
What?
words.
Just stay under
Under
the
the
sea.
under the sea. That is what you want me to say. Just say under the sea. Okay then. All right then.
You have to go. The seaweed is always greener in somebody else's lake. You dream about going up there, but that is a big mistake. Just look at the world around you. I forget
So
the rest
LNT,
of
any
that part,
question?
but yeah.
So LNT, any questions?
Hey, I'm sorry. It got to 20. I had to sing because it got to 20K, so I fulfilled my obligation. Sorry, Soul
Wow.
wasn't here to see it though.
Wait a minute. Plus, you gotta. Okay, you guys have a task to complete. So my last, the longest live I did was with Josh, and that went 3.5 hours. So we got we gotta break that record.
Well, I would just like to take this opportunity, if you allow me to, Pancha. I know this is about you, but Pika, I want to address you if I may. You know, I've heard you in other lives, and since I've met you till now, I see and I feel your growth, meaning that down to your tone of voice, the way you articulating your words, the way you're expressing yourself. And I love it. And you and I have had private conversations, and you are my graphic designer. I love your artistic abilities. I love the way you even have talked to me. And you do have a lot of potential and a lot of light to share. I would like to see more of it. Thank you.
All of us would love to see that.
That goes for you too, Gigi. You've really come
Yeah.
out into the public. I mean, I could preach
Said
about
that. Who
Pika.
said yeah like that?
Yeah, that was Pika. Shoot.
Gotta flaunt it.
But that's the thing, Gigi. You, in the beginning, you were asking questions and you were here and you were searching for things and kind of shy and withdrawn a little bit. And now I see you kind of budding and blooming, and you're out here and you're speaking to the collective and you're sharing the beauty that is you. And it's liberating a lot of people. I've had you on my live and you are such a blessing.
All right, so that means when when she has questions, she could call you guys at 3 o'clock in the morning. When, right?
Yeah, I might not have answers for her, but we will shoot the shit.
Well, I want to
Right.
say thank you because, to be honest, I'm gonna say my truth
Hold
is.
on. Tantra, why are you being rude right now?
What?
That was so loud. Gigi was speaking.
What? Oh, sorry, I was just sitting on the computer. I do apologize.
What I want to say is that because of everyone that I met, and I'm going to go off of what Pika was saying because I second that. You know what I mean? I've always struggled with, okay, I know, but then I doubt, with self-doubt, right? In many aspects. And because I've met a lot of people on this platform and I've encountered people, fakeness and bullshitness, it has made me come out of my shell and trust in myself and never doubt myself, you know, and I'm grateful for all of you as well. Because Alien T, I may have not been in your panel, but I do watch your lives from the outside, right? Because I love the shadows. But I love your topics, and the people you bring on have shared light on me. Humble, you know, seeing you as well grow and having personal conversations and, you know, similar experiences to me has made me grow as well. The first time I ever had my chart read ever was with Bren. That was back in March of this year. And I'm grateful for that because he put things in perspective for me as well. Astro, who's not here, you know, everyone has touched me in some form or fashion. Miss Sarah Lynn as well, you know, so I'm grateful for all of you as well.
It takes a lot of courage and a lot of willpower to overcome constraints and limitations, and those opportunities present themselves to us for our growth. It is admirable that you seized that opportunity, that potential within yourself to burst through that shell and to emerge anew. So it is admirable, and I'm grateful to know you and to continue cultivating our relationship because you are a beautiful light.
Thank you. Thank you. And Miss Avita, I wish you would honor us with the round table because I would love to pick your brain. I don't come
Bro,
across
right? Like, I love her already.
Yes, I would love to have deep conversation. I am a Orisha practitioner in the Lukumi tradition, and I incorporate Hinduism into my practice.
Beautiful.
So so I would love to have conversations with you. So I wish you would honor us with the round table.
When is the round table? Because I have not been. I came into the live in between when I was able to, like, sometimes on the go. So I hearing about the round table, but I don't know when it would be because I know Tantra told me he had to travel to come back.
So the concept of the round table is what every 2 weeks I would have a guest where we speak, where I will ask questions about that particular guest, you know, their upbringing, their spirituality, the persona that they care about on TikTok, and all these different things, what their pet peeve with spirituality or the so-called community, if they are in one, if they work on different projects and all the different things. There are more questions that are added now because of how diverse it's become. Plus, I take questions from the comment section with people who will be in the comment section to ask and would like to know more stuff about you. So what I do, the concept is that I pick practitioners to highlight them, to bring them to different crowds so people can learn more about them, connect or resonate with something that they do or they have experienced and all this. So
Oh.
ANT has been there. Gigi was she was one. Pika should be when I'm coming back. I'm supposed to do Pika and Robin. I think I have Sarah in
Yeah,
lined
he
up.
canceled mine.
Oh, you
He
can't
said
put
I
it
was too.
on?
He said I was too emotional.
She was going through
Oh.
something. Okay, there was something happening at that time. So,
Oh, damn.
oh boy, as I say again,
Well,
so that is
I
the
have to go
concept.
last because I mean I come in last. So and Pika and everybody has already got those visits.
Right. So yeah. So it has they that are lined up. I have to convene with Humble too because I gotta do Humble when I'm ready because I know she is doing
It's
her
gonna be
stuff
a
too.
while, you guys. No
Yeah.
worries.
So it's gonna be that. So when the thing is, though, I do it every 2 weeks. So when I'm doing that schedule, I would liaise with you, and once we can confirm a date and a time. All right,
Uh-huh.
that is feasible to you. My VP normally does, which is Gigi. She will do our video, and we start promoting it. So we
Okay.
tell people, yeah, we'll tell people about a week before or so, or a week and a half, to who's coming up, who's going to be sitting, what edition it is, and so forth. So they have an idea what's coming up in that aspect. So yeah.
Okay.
So if I'm doing it with you, you're going to be the first person from Trinidad, from my home country, that I'm going to do it, which it would be an honor to have you on it.
Aww. I'll definitely do it, Tantra. I definitely will. I just, even on my own page, a lot of people have been asking me to do lives, and I just, I don't know, for some reason, I just kind of need to, because I have so much comments already. It's like daily, I'm exhausted sometimes. But I will definitely put it into, I think if it's anybody I'm going to do any live with, definitely it will be to definitely be doing a live with you. And based
Thank
on the
you.
fact that we conversed, and I do enjoy speaking with you, and as well, it's very informative as well. You know, I would say that, and I enjoy that. And even though you have push it, the push buttons energy, I think the pushing of the button is what just cause things to come out. So
No,
it
well,
has its
I understand
benefits.
that. It's not as bad.
It
So,
has its
but that
benefits.
It's
the round
freaking
table,
Aries full moon. I'm just saying, it's not my fault.
right? So I understand that, and I'm thankful that what you said. But the round table is the main concept is to shine the light on the guests, on what they're about and what they do. If you would like to have another live where we can discuss various certain topics, yeah, we can do that where we can go
So
back and
is it that
forth.
I will
Oh,
have to answer all the questions people are asking me?
well, most of the questions are going
People
to come
can
from
answer
me.
some
I
real
mean,
intimate
with
questions,
what
eh?
whatever you're comfortable with. You ain't gotta
Oh,
do a
okay.
damn thing. First off.
All right. So
Okay, fine.
all
Let's
right. So what do we
repeat
do? All right. So what I normally do also before a week before the live, I always sit down with the guests and ask, where can I go? Where can I not go when it comes to questions?
that. Okay, great. So yeah, definitely, no problem.
Right. But
This
as
is
I
why we
said,
haven't had our live because he can't go nowhere and do nothing.
ouch. Ow, 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 ow. I think when I come back, I'm gonna do over the list, and Humble is gonna be the first person I do the round table when I come
Yes, I
back.
think so.
Because the
Look
way
at that.
she
I don't
going
think
at
so.
it,
Pika back again.
Oh, I'm
Damn.
sorry. I'm the VP.
See?
It's Pika. And Pika's next.
no, no, no. I just said again. I could say what I can say anything here, but if the BP says no, based on the ratings, based on the demand, we need to go this direction. I go that direction.
I'm just playing.
Okay.
I'm willing to let other people go. Like,
Well,
Yeah,
Pika, you're on the schedule.
Who is
He
the
has the
VP?
roster. I am.
GG.
She is VP. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, ours
When
won't be for a long time because he still needs to do his homework and do some studying on his new book that still hasn't come in. So it'll be a big live with a bunch of people there because he's going to talk about the cave of Brahman. and this is a big deal. So
No, but
it's
well,
gonna be a
wait,
while.
but yeah, but what? The thing about it, when I'm doing that live,
Exactly.
I'm not. No, when I'm doing gonna do that live, I'm not doing it on my live. I'm coming on your live.
Hey, it's not the
Uh-huh.
round table if it's not here. You
No,
want to
no,
come
that's
into the
it.
humble hollow?
No, that's it. If we're gonna talk about that, I'm coming to your live to talk about it.
Oh shit!
I mean, I can make a round table in a
Oh,
tree. Like we
are
could.
you?
That's easy.
Bring it, Pika. Are you sure? I want you to really think about this for a minute. Are you sure you want to come to my live? I know that's where you
What's
started, but it's my live. Think about this for a minute.
No, but that's the thing. I'm coming to you as though you invited me to come to your live to talk about that. So I would like to do it on platform. If I'm good, like for instance with Brent, when I do the
Oh, I'm
Nagarhaz
here for this.
thing, I'm
I'm
gonna
here.
go to his live. So that's that. I want to be able to do that too. I want to be able to go to other people to their platform and have the discussions too.
Bring it. It'll be about a 10-hour live, you guys. So make sure you bring your snacks and plenty of water.
It's gonna be
Okay,
a
get
what?
comfortable. It's gonna be an all day, kind of like a marathon. If you were to watch The Lord of the Rings
She
in sequence.
she said what she said. That's what she said.
I tried to say, man, I gave it to you. I said, here's your options. Like, come to the round table. We'll do your little questions. It'll be fine. Or if you come into my live, it is the Spanish Inquisition. Okay, it's gonna be like reading Moby Dick.
So be it. So be it.
Hey.
So be it.
I'm here for it. You guys better
All right, I'm
saddle
coming
up,
in.
bring
I'm
your
coming in.
questions.
I'm coming in with my militant style because Tantra can see he's calling on me. He wants to bring this in a different direction. So I have something serious to say. You put the
I was
lime
like,
in the coconut and drink it all up. You put the lime. Come on, sing it.
What the hell is that?
Okay, first of all, T,
I
stick to what you're good at. That's my
yeah, of
realm.
course. Okay, if that is a Canadian
but
song, I
appreciate it.
I haven't heard that while I'm in Canada.
But
It
you know,
is
lime
not
in the
a
coconut
Canadian
is actually
song.
electrolyte. It's very good for the body. Lime in the coconut.
AT, it's time to tell him to take off. You know, tell Pika to take off, you hoser.
He'll get there eventually.
You have to say, take off, eh?
Yeah, take off, eh?
Take off what? You gotta be specific.
Take off.
Oh, with Pika, you gotta be real specific.
Go flying.
Because I can
Go
take
fly
off a whole realm of
Carry
things.
on. Go fly kite. Oh boy.
Pika, you
But,
said a whole realm of things.
Nice. So this is what?
However, lime in the coconut is very specific and has to do with shamans. Just throw that out there.
Cool. Pika, I need you to give you and your host and them a round of applause. You guys broke record.
Woo! Good job, everybody. Class is not here, but also to him. AT, thank you so much for helping me. I'll thank so later.
You guys.
Calling me one for calling me kid.
Oh, by the way, Gabrielle, unleash. Proceed.
Oh, yes. Okay, so we're going to talk. We're going to talk here. No, he's not ready. Are you ready?
Who, me?
You.
Amount of
Okay.
giggle and delight that just occurred. I don't think you're ready.
He's ready.
That
You
Aries
ready?
full moon be Ariesing.
Let's see where she can go with this.
Okay, so you were saying earlier that, don't get me wrong, the modern day hippies that think they know spirituality and are selling manifestation online also annoy the shit out of me. However, doesn't mean that they're not connected. And let me explain to you why. Because we are all connected to source. It's just the recognition of how connected you actually are. What are your
I
thoughts?
can give into no. I can give into that.
Don't just give in to me. Let's argue a little bit.
No. I could no.
got so
I'm
much to say on this.
I'm going to go there. I could give into that what you said, and you said it very eloquently. But when you have people that are speaking as though they have a pebble in a box and they're just shaking it without any particular rhythm. And however the stone hits the box on the inside, that's the sound you're going to get. It's kind of disturbing to actually pay
I feel
attention
called
to
out.
people. It's kind of disturbing to listen to people for a lengthy time, right? Because I
like my
hear a
box
lot of
with my
people.
rocks.
Right.
Okay.
I hear a lot of people talk about source. I hear about a lot of people talk about confirmation, talk about a creator. What creator? What confirmation? Right? Let me get one thing straight. I might be old fashioned about this. Right? Spirituality is not a fad. It's not something like the latest Jordan or some kind of suit or something that changes with the seasons. Spirituality is something
hold on.
that
I am whole ass stopping your ass. Do not inflate that man's head anymore to make him
He's talking about the shoes.
the rule. With shoes, the Jordans.
Jordans.
Yeah, okay. You know what?
okay,
I'll give that, because man, do not put that inflation upon his head. He don't need it. He don't need it.
Can I finish what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm listening.
All right. This is what. It is not something that changes, that you can put on and take off at any point in time. Spirituality is something that is constant. It becomes life in everything. It becomes your breath in your body. A lot of people that are on this platform speak because they're filled with a lot of hot air. They don't know what they speak about. I sit on the outside and I listen to a lot of people, and you will not see me go a lot of places. I will go to only certain lives, because why? They don't know, and I'm not going to confront someone because at the end I'm trying to be respectable up to that point.
Sure.
Right? I'm not going to call people out on their bullshit in that aspect, because I did that and I did it very poorly. I did it very poorly up to that point, and that's not the way. If I cannot use it for a teachable moment, then I am not supposed to use it. But again,
it is my opinion, Gabrielle, if you're okay with me sharing.
Go ahead, babe.
Okay. It is my opinion that those people that you observe, or anybody observes, you as in the proverbial general you, all of us observe who are in that place that need the most love and the most compassion and the most connection.
Right.
It is those people who are in a place of suffering and bondage where they cannot see that which is necessary for their liberation. And I find it our duty and our responsibility as those who do embody the light and walk this path, chopping wood, carrying water, or whatever analogy that suits you best, that we have a duty and a responsibility to those people. And that's why we came here. We came here to liberate divine sentient beings from the bondage of the prison of their minds. And I think it's important to remember that the one thing that we have is humility in the face of what they are suffering through, because each and every one of us has walked that path. And so I find the most compassion in my heart to support people on that journey and to slowly begin to plant seeds in the garden of their heart so that they can begin to use those tools. And each of us is a steward of the wisdom that we have embodied, to share it at the capacity and ratio that we are at, so that they can be liberated. So they can see that they've always been unified, that the illusion is the separation from us.
I want you to expand on one part though, because like I'm like hearing this, and I know how certain people hear this, and this is not the way, to a point. Okay, I need you to expand on the part where. So does that mean that we must be at the collective's beck and call in the capacity in which they think we need to be?
So allow me. Let me. Yeah, let me. So here's the thing, and this is something that Humble and I are going through now. Don't get me wrong, all day long, I will say there are certain people within the spiritual community that drive me up a wall, okay? They annoy me. I'm not sure that it's authentic, but it's also not my space to judge it, because here's what I will say is that in every walk of my own personal spirituality, I have been in a space and I've always looked back and been like, oh, I remember when I was in that place. I remember when I was in that place. I remember when it was all the fluff and the woo-woo and the things like that, but the hard work wasn't necessarily being done quite yet, right? Like I remember those spaces and those times. And so it's less of like, oh, you need to like get your divinity. Obviously, we're all on this path. We're all on this journey. We're going to learn ourselves. We're gonna learn more about ourselves. We're gonna find out who we are with every life that we live. And so there's just this aspect of coming to it and being like, I accept the space that you're currently in, even though it's not where I'm at. And I think it's a little silly, right? And it doesn't mean that you necessarily have to invest in those people. I don't really invest in those people too much. Like I will here and there, but not too much. I'm investing in myself, which therefore creates a ripple effect in the universe. And I'm a Taurus. I move slow, right? My growth doesn't happen fast. So but like everything Humble said really did resonate. But go ahead, Pika.
I'm gonna
But
need you
there's
to
another
whole ass
aspect.
stop casting that on yourself. Just gonna throw that out there. We can talk about that later.
And there's another aspect of this. Just because one is not in the position where they can go and they can work one-on-one with somebody does not mean that they lack the capacity to speak love, life, and light over somebody. Prayer is powerful. With the intention of the heart that you are speaking love, life, and light over that individual, you never even need to speak to that individual. You go straight to source. You bow your head, you do whatever practice that you come from, and you speak love, life, and light over them. It's that simple. So it doesn't mean that we have to go and we have to do rituals and, a bunch of things. It is as simple as the words that you speak and the intention of your mind and your heart in unison about liberating that being from their fog of confusion or the veils of illusion. Divinity, let there be an opportunity for them to shatter the mirror in front of them, to break down the illusion and to liberate them from the bondage of their mind. It's that simple. So when we give of ourselves to the capacity in which we can. Does not mean that you have to have a one-on-one, book sessions, be walking them through the whole journey. Some people, that's not for that. But you can do simple things. Kindness, gentleness, the way that you are considering the words that you speak or the thoughts that you have towards that individual. That is everything.
You ain't even gotta be gentle.
Okay,
Well,
so my point of view would be if I could share.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
If I could share, but I be kind of like, well, I'm a Saji, so we come with fire. So what I would say based on Tantra and also what the what Tantra is basically saying, and I get what he's saying now. I understand what I think I seen which is humble, but the last lovely lady who was speaking, she talks from a high vibration of love, of grace, of peace, of enlightenment and penetration. But what I would say is some things are to be examined, and though yes, we are not to judge, but judgment is existent for a purpose. And that purpose is for definitely making right actions, decisions, and to be able to construct order. And judgment is required in most of our existence because it is necessary. And as such, examination before judgment is important. Judgment is not to not be put into any exercise at all, but it is to be exercised, but with proper and thorough examination. And I say this because, as Tantra was saying, some persons under the spiritual aspect, some may be very enlightened, some may be learning, some may be not as aware and maybe a little, believing that what they know is the world. But there are those who literally knows nothing. There are those who intentionally mimics, mocks, just for a pretensive facade and show. And this is dangerous because when they do this, it have a lot of persons that the media is meeting and introducing and greeting. And people just go with it. And there are a lot of things. I'm telling you, I've seen a lot of misinformation that could be very dangerous. And people who don't know will just listen to it because of vulnerability and not knowing, because they are sheep and shepherds. At least I'm speaking from my experience and what I know. And this can be very dangerous to those who don't know. So to highlight it, pinpoint it is important. And yes, love is indeed needed. And to be able to go to source, of course, but there are certain things need to be checked, like checkers.
I knew I freaking liked her. Of course, she's a Sag. Yes. So
Pika's
excited.
like, bring on the fire.
Yes.
What up? I love
If I
that.
may,
Media
Yeah,
training.
Gigi, love you. You were actually next. Then I Sage
Oh,
my Sage.
sorry, my
Kim,
bad.
then you're next because I didn't know you wanted to talk. So sorry, but
Well,
you'll be
I also
after
wanted to
I
hear what
Sage.
Tantra had to say back. That was, and then I wanted
No,
to
we're done
respond
with
to
him. We just spent like hours on him. It's Gigi's turn.
what it was the bone I picked with him.
oh, go ahead, Tantra. Go ahead.
No. I
No,
want to.
don't let
I
her
want to
do
hear.
that. Gigi, your turn.
No, what I wanted to just say real quickly that I agree with certain aspects with all of your saying, Miss Avita as well. I had the opportunity to sit with another practitioner and with my elder. Yes, you have to examine that person because source universe is going to come to you and how you perceive it, how you understand it. And just because we don't understand it in this particular way, you don't know if that person needs it to get to the other level. We shouldn't judge anyone or try to debunk the word that Tantra uses, because if you're not coming from that perspective or not viewing it from that perspective, you don't know things. I do agree with what Miss Avita just said. You need to examine. You know, I don't consider myself no one to judge anyone, because maybe that person is going through something in their life and source is coming to them, the universe, whoever, deity, in that perspective. When I was having my personal
Tantra, you are
experience,
making Gigi echo. Can you mute? I'm so sorry.
Let's see.
when I was having my experiences and awakening, quote unquote, in the Hinduism, I didn't understand it. And they were coming to me in a form that how it resonated with me, that Tantra had to actually examine, break it down, go into scriptures. So he understands where I'm coming from in this aspect. Judging should not, be our first step to it. There is a lot of practitioners, quote unquote, or people on this platform that I don't resonate with, that I don't understand. I'm like, what is this? But everyone here had said good points. We shouldn't, because that could be them walking in their truth and their true self, because that's how they're perceiving it.
Well, and don't forget, fire signs be doing shit lots different. Just gonna throw that out there. Gabrielle, if
Yes.
you want Tantra to talk now, feel free. Gabrielle,
Sorry, I'm in the
it's
middle
the
of
your turn part.
Yeah, so this is the ADHD because I forget things before I get to talk them when I hear them and speak to them. Let me try to remember.
Well, do you want Tantra to pick the
So
bone or whatever?
here's the thing is there is a sense of judgment that can allow you to assess where you think somebody is at, right? But you are never not a spiritual being. You are a spiritual creature having a human experience. And so there's nothing that can separate you from source, from each other. We are all connected and we're all just in a different space in our journey. There's not just one right way to reach nirvana, right? There's multiple ways that people find this. And to respect it, I think, is massive because, and I'll just say, Pika, please don't bite my head off, but I have had slow growth in the past. I have. And I've questioned myself every bit along the way. The only thing I'm saying is that it could be a detrimental judgment to make somebody feel insecure in where they're at instead of learning to love and accept themselves for who they are. Because when you are feeling in a space of love and acceptance, that is where you grow the most.
When
That's
have
a
I
really
ever
good
bit your
point.
head off? First off.
It's a good point, but it still has its angles because there are many ways to do something to source. So yes, all of us, source will come to us individually. This is why it had different races and cultures. So I always say it for each to think that their way is the only way is very ignorant and very, very, very low vibration. Because the rainbow is colorful, the universe is colorful, and source is of every form in its creation. But while there are multiple right ways, there are multiple wrong ways. And the wrong ways is the ones we have to be careful with because the thought process and the heightened understanding that there are multiple ways to do something that is good, there's also multiple ways for things to be done wrong. And you have to be careful of that very thin strip and that very thin line because of the options of it being possibly right doesn't make the wrong things acceptable.
Just to
So
make
what
it very
I've
clear,
learned,
she's talking discernment, y'all. Like,
yes.
that's the word.
So what I've learned is in this journey, it is not about right and wrong. And I say this with all due respect to everybody here. Ultimately, in the macro, big picture of our universe, all things work together on the same course, different paths to the same place. While it may be painful, there may be suffering involved, all things are ultimately working for our highest and best good. And so I've seen discernment, as you've highlighted here in all of this, is very key. And everyone, and this is why I said, whatever your practice is, if you are disciplined and you are committed to that practice, however you lift somebody up, however you take it to divinity, if you are led by source to say, present them with an opportunity that they can see the truth before them, and that opportunity happens to be that they fall and break an ankle, I mean, equal in nature, different in degree. All things lead to the same path. If that's the way that divinity or source is reaching a precipice with that person, that individual of the collective, so be it. And I'm not speaking this onto anybody, I'm just sharing it as a big picture here. However it is, and I love that this live is about that. Tantra is about this. It doesn't matter what walk of life you come from. It doesn't matter the melanin in your skin or lack of melanin in your skin. It doesn't matter the language that you speak or what you choose to study. You're welcome here. You get to fully show up as yourself and practice your spiritual practice and converse about that, however you approach it. It's that discernment that is very, very important.
Correct. Discernment is important, and I still will agree to disagree because what I would say is this, okay, everything works for
All
the
these
highest and
water
the
signs
positive.
and earth signs trying to say it. I'm sorry, Miss Avida. I gotta pause you because Kim was gonna come in. Can we come to you right after Kim?
Yes, true.
What's up, guys? I don't really.
Hi, Kim.
Hi, T. How's it going?
Just waiting my turn. I got something to say on judgment.
Well, I really appreciate you coming into the
You didn't
picture.
say that.
I love hearing new people. I haven't heard you speak before, Kim.
No,
But I've
you
seen you.
haven't, and I love that this is in such an intimate, vulnerable setting because I really felt comfortable to come forward.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, you're good here.
I'm coming off sounding emotional, but I'm actually not quite emotional at all. So that's where I'm at.
I'm here for all your feels.
Thank you. Thank you. You
I just
are.
got
I mean, it's
questions.
diverse. What you got, girl?
Why does you sound emotional but you is not emotional? Is you
Um,
stuffy? Like what is
I think there's a disconnect, but I've kind of programmed it in that nature. before the
Girl, we
desired
should talk.
outcome.
Anywho,
So I'm comfortable with it. And if I come off a little shaky, it's a little charismatic, um, and charming.
well, did you want to
We're here
talk
for
about
it.
anything we was talking about, or did you just want to say hey?
I just really wanted to say hey because, like,
I
I'm a
love that.
slow grower, but it's chronic, like the best bud. So
I'm gonna also state what I said to Gabrielle, but that's okay.
yeah,
I'll be very clear. Stop casting that shit on yourself, ma'am. Thank you.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay. I do trip.
Hey, it's all good, don't we all? Avita, my dear,
Yeah.
Alien T apparently had something to say in between, but I did
I
tell
would
you
love
were
to hear
next.
Alien Tito, but
Okay,
I don't
great.
mind, but I would love to hear what he has to say on the judgment.
Oh my goodness, guys. Okay. First of all, I love what you guys are talking about because it seems to be the theme for the entire week, maybe month. What I'm hearing is, okay, judgment to me, we have to abolish that word. It means too many things. It confuses people. So I would replace it with two other words. One is discernment, and the other is condemnation. So we are to discern for ourselves that which will enhance our journey. We have to pick and choose. There are choices. It's a duality. There is not every path leads you there. No. I mean, I could choose a different path that is counterproductive to my growth. However, we are not to condemn others because that's the other extreme of it. Meaning, if we see someone that doesn't resonate, that's another word, resonate with what works for us or what we've experienced and what we think is best for us, doesn't mean it's not best for them. See, we don't know their whole story. We don't know where they're coming from, what they've been through, and what they need to do to get to the next level. So, to me, it is okay to discern, but not okay to condemn. And that's going to be my
Fucking
topic.
finally. Holy shit, T.
All right.
Where
And
the
that's
fuck was this guy been?
Yeah.
Holy fuck.
and that's going to be my topic tomorrow night.
Okay, so I love it. Yeah, and I think using the word discernment versus condemn kind of basically takes the word judgment and puts it in a category where you know where you stand with it. And there's the positivity and there's the negative side of it. But my term of saying checked is not under condemn, but correct. So just to make sure that is understood, being checked meaning to address or discuss or enlighten or at least foretell the person, listen, this. They could take from it, they could choose not to. But to just ignore or leave certain persons, not everyone you are to address and tell things, you just leave it be. But when you are nudged in your spirit to express something or discuss something or at least inform that person of something differently that actually may be contributive to their growth, their well-being, it is up to them there and then to either take it and apply it or ignore it, which are then, it is up to them. Whatever we do comes back onto us. So when I say checked, meaning to correct or at least informed, but not to condemn, because at the same time, there are persons who really will not know. But my whole address is for those who knows. Because there are some persons, well, I may be speaking from a different light of experience of persons, of things that I see, especially in my practice. There are some persons who blatantly know they are under folly and they would continue to walk that path just because it is entertaining, it is giving them the stardom, and they know the repercussions it's causing others, and they choose not to give a concern or care or love or compassion. And in these instances, this is where they need to be checked. So that's basically my 2%. Yeah?
Yeah, and I totally understood what you were saying. I just think that sometimes there's a confusion with that word judgment, and it's not based on even this conversation. It's what I've been observing over many different communities and circles. I mean, hey, many ascended masters, the Buddha included, said observation is wisdom, judgment is weakness. But what do we mean by judge? Do we not judge every day? So I don't mean to say that we judge what is good for us and what is not, but we don't judge others. So why is the same word being used twice? That's why I want to replace it with discernment, so we discern what works for us and we do not condemn others for what works for them.
Well, judgment is a form of self-condemnation. So judgment is twofold. It can either liberate or it can condemn. Ultimately, it's cause and effect, and it's karmic, not dharmic. So it will always come back to the sender. Whoever is the one who is playing judgment, is the one who is condemning themselves or liberating themselves. That's the way that the Hermetic philosophy or the Kabbalah has determined it, associated with the tarot system. That's not every practice, that's just that one. It's twofold because, again, polarity. However, discernment, I agree. I prefer the word discernment because you are determining for yourself if it's something you can engage with or not, or should act upon or not act upon.
And
Okay, yeah, sounds good.
I do like checked. I like that word too.
Yeah, I like checked, because you see, the fact of the matter is, while we live in this beautiful, glorious world, and love and peace and all the humility of all things, love is the key. I would always tell people that, and I always promote that because this is the truth. But at the end of the day, I believe solely in the Buddha heart and demon hand. So I use the word checked because that is where the Buddha hand is required, where some things need to be checked because it is out of bound. And by using discernment, able to make that decision, as judgment is a harsh word. But rightly, as she said, it comes back to you. So if you're using judgment in all purity, then it comes back to you nowhere negative. If you use it harshly, if you use it condemning and cursing and causing havoc, then without doubt, negativity comes back to you. So, as she rightfully said, very much the energy is very much in that form. Yeah, but using the word discernment is definitely a good way of using it, because a lot of persons, as rightfully Alien T says, even from before, judgment or the word judgment tends to kind of trigger agitation, trigger irritation very easily in persons because it's powerful representation of feeling condemned or judged wrongly, or just being stigmatized. So to say discernment is really a nice forum and concept of it. And I would use the word checked when that discernment is used.
I will say that I think that this roundtable needs to adopt. You better check yourself before you wreck yourself, and we'll run with it.
But I enjoyed this conversation very much. I'm very happy that I pushed myself to be very present on this live because I was so tired. Tired. It was very informative. It was fun meeting Gigi, Pika, Alien T, Humble, El Sage, Kim. But it was nice. It was good.
It's a pleasure to have you.
It triggers the brains and the spiritual energy, and it intertwines and it takes and it plants seeds and it nourishes, and then it becomes a family tree of a very vibrating, colorful essence that penetrates and benefits all. So I definitely enjoyed it.
I enjoyed your perspective as well.
AT, will you bring Pocket up?
Already hit the button.
Woo! Go ahead, Gigi.
No, I was gonna say likewise, Miss Avita. It was a pleasure as well. Your perspective as well. Like I said, please get with Tantra so you could be on the round table. I would like to go further.
Yeah, I just love you. That's just it. End of sentence, period. I don't know you, but I love you.
I just want to say I'm glad I was up on the round table before Canada, because he's going to come down with an edge. I feel sorry for the rest of you.
You think you're going to give him an edge?
No, what he's stating is that I'm
No,
going to
what
come
he's-
back with it.
Yes, Tantra, let me answer that. What he has told me, see, what Tantra has said, I am going, oh, Father Lord, I am going to Canada and I am going to dig my boots in the ground and come back in a different perspective. I was like, okay.
Take my boots
Yeah,
on the
because his
ground.
sister's gonna kick his ass. I can't wait.
He's
Dig
gonna make
my
himself a snow angel.
dig my boots in the ground.
AT's gonna take him ice skating.
That's my
Oh
perspective.
yeah, right. Oh hell, yeah, right. That's ain't happening.
You better
Or-
take him to a hockey game too, so he can see what
Yeah.
it's really like.
No,
maybe
I can.
just a
That
snowball
part I can
fight.
go.
How about a snowball fight?
No, you're not ready for that, dude. You're not ready for that. Honestly, you're not ready for that. You're not ready for that.
I feel like
Seen
you're not
snow
ready for that.
Once.
Huh?
Like, bro, you are out of your depths here. You've seen snow once.
Yeah.
Did you see
He
the
says
movie? I'm sorry. Did you see the movie Elf?
yes.
Yeah, every Canadian can do that. Just saying.
He's
Okay,
like a snow
cool.
machine.
No, I'm okay with that, but I'm a Trini. We different.
Oh, I see. He's gonna hide the rocks up under the snow. He gonna fight dirty. You gotta be
Oh
careful.
hell yes.
Oh damn.
Oh hell yes. Oh hell yes.
Pocket,
That's
go
not-
ahead, my brother.
It's all good.
I'm gonna need you to change your name because I'm sorry. Here's a couple of reasons why. One, when I said I want you to meet Pocket, it went horribly wrong. Okay.
Every time I see
Um,
you, I'm just like catch a falling star and put
And
it-
I'm over here going, I want to call you Pocket Rocket for some reason, and that's not gonna work either. Can you just tell me why you picked this particular name? Maybe this will help me wrap
Pocket.
my head around it.
You keep rocking that pocket hopping. You just be you.
hop from pocket to
But
pocket.
I introduce you to people and I have to say meat pocket a lot and it gets confusing apparently. It was so
Mika.
bizarre. I didn't even think of it. I was surprised I hadn't thought of it. They lost their shit.
Who thought of that?
Huh?
Oh,
Who
you
thought
know
of
what?
that?
Something weird that I just
Jordan.
thought of, Pika.
Really?
Yeah.
Out of everything? Bizarre.
Like there's a sisterhood there that you and I share with abuse.
Mm.
So I just got that clarity.
Mm.
So I just wanted to share that with
I feel
you.
I feel like I gotta sit with that one for damn sure because that feels a lot deeper than current comprehension. We talk.
Okay.
Click it
Pocket,
to
my
bucket.
guy.
Pocket.
Come
Tell
with
me why
it.
you are Pocket.
I think it's fun to keep this one a secret for a little bit, just because of all the different reactions I get. But possibly, if I ever do a round table and some pockets line up.
I mean,
maybe
I
I'll-
assume it's because of a pocket universe, but hey.
It's always layered, right? But I can tell you the starting point has to reference drumming. If you see my picture, is a picture of my drum kit. So
I had
check-
no idea what your picture was of, to be honest. I was trying to figure it out. I just assumed there was a frog I couldn't find.
I went on there today. Yeah, he got a drum set.
Yeah, that picture right there, I was leaning down in front of my kit before starting a live. I used to do drum lives. But anyways, Tantra Child.
Wait a minute. Playing in
Nice.
the pocket.
Yeah. Yeah.
It gets better.
Tantra Child, nice to meet you, sir.
Same here.
I've just been sitting here for a little bit listening, and everyone kind of go around and talk about their interactions with you. And you
Right.
briefly touched on what you do as far as holding the round table and the
Right.
the feeling behind that and where the place where it comes from. And I think that is noble work. And so thank you for your
Thank you.
work.
Thank you so very much.
I would like to just touch on a little bit of what you guys are just talking right now and highlight something that, as an observation, the importance of to everybody in their own personal growth and the awareness that how and when they've learned so much from certain people and the ways and the different ways that those things have happened when they were at times maybe a little plateaued or a nature of kind of stuck on a hamster wheel, and then something broke them free for positive or negative connotation. But the importance of each of the lessons, whether it is positive or negative, as you grow more and you embody that it is a lifestyle and it is a part of your life now, as opposed to something you were just studying from a scholaristic standpoint. And every single person here, including yourself, I think that everyone sees the importance and the gravity in it because of how they've been through things themselves when those major shifts happen, and how everyone is aware that even right now that the importance of the words they use with regards to conveying the message they're trying to get across, and it is all rooted from the similar place that you convey that work, right, of love and positive growth, and everybody wants each other to get to the proper form of nirvana the quickest and painless as possible, right? And just to notice that every single person is locked into that regardless of their level, and can look back and see other people that were like them when they were in those levels, and also understanding language barriers or translation errors going between cultures in different parts of the world, is not lost on any of you. And so I think that's amazing that at the end of the day, you're all still operating in one accord, in the right energy, going towards the same direction. And I think that's awesome. And I appreciate you holding the space. And from what I can assess so far, which is a word I use over judgment, because assess is to evaluate or estimate the nature or quality of, right? And to discern is to make a good judgment. So when you make a judgment, then you take that step, right? And so then there's cause and effect based on what happens after that, no matter what. And then you can tilt from a side of condemnation versus a side of and positivity, right? So I think that's even awesome that T is going to do a live regarding, etymology and vocabulary and things like that. So just kudos to everybody. And it seems like you operate from that place at all times as well. So it's nice to meet you. And
I try.
Thank you for letting me come up and introduce myself.
Appreciate the trying add-in, because samesies. And then you also realize that you're already there.
True.
That's
Now,
the fucked part.
No, I have listened to everyone have their 2 cents on the topic, and to break it down in the aspect of discernment and condemnation and judgment and all these different things. And I have heard everybody have their 2 cents about it. And I've waited with each and every one. For me, I may be a little stubborn here what I'm going to say. I do apologize. But I have tried to sit with, listening to some individuals speak on what they think is epiphany, what they think is spirituality, what they think is that aspect of confirmation or whatever they deem their spirituality is. And don't get me wrong, I'm all for people having their experiences. I'm all for that. What I'm also for too is people being consistent in what they do and how they do it. It shows to me that this person is putting in the work, or they know what they're about, right? And when you see people just try more or less the flavor of the month, and they're trying to be here, there, and everywhere. It's like, what is it you're trying to do? Are you really, really, really about what it is? Or you're just trying to more or less be noticed? You're trying to be noticed by everyone, that you're here, there, and everywhere, that you're trying to do something, you're trying to be present in aspect, right? I was like, okay, let's observe and see what happens. Once you drop once or twice and all of a sudden there's a gap, there's a pattern, and all of a sudden, that means, okay, you're not worried about, because why? If you were confirmed,
Did he just freeze for everybody, or it's just me?
No, he froze.
That
Okay.
was me,
It's like
Mr. Freeze.
it's
I
like
froze
he's
back.
already in Canada.
Oh, okay, he's back. Okay, cool. Yeah, you froze. You had a silly face on too. It was really funny.
okay, cool. As I said, for me, people need to be consistent in what they're doing. And I said, I have sat trying to listen to a few people. And again, I'm okay with people having their experience and having their whatever they call spirituality to some extent. But when you have people repeat the same thing in a manner that, what is exactly you're trying to show me here? What is it you're trying to teach? And it's like, it's not matching, it's not adding up. It's like, okay, these pieces of the puzzle doesn't fit. It becomes, it's like, okay, cool. You're not going to get my attention. Honestly, you're not going to get my attention. I will rather sit down and listen to a child ramble on and on about something that they have no idea about, because at the end of the day, that might be more authentic. But when you want to go talk about things that you want to sound intelligent, that you know, and that you're getting confirmations, like, okay, what's giving you confirmations? How does this add to someone's life? How does this help someone in aspect? This is the things that I sit with and try to measure it and weigh it up to that point. And if it doesn't today, I mean, I might be wrong, don't get me wrong, and I will take wrong for that. Is that you're not going to get my attention. Whatever you're trying to peddle, whatever you're trying to sell, I'm not going to buy. And I wait to see, are you going to last a certain time frame? If you last more than 21 days, yeah, you're legit. And it's a me problem, as somebody that's tired say. But if you don't last 21 days, then it's a you problem. Because why? You're not authentic. You're just more or less a balloon with hot air. And there are some people on TikTok filled with hot air.
Pika, what are you talking about? Cancers? What are you talking about here?
How you gonna put Pika right when he says full of hot air? That's so messed up. That was mean.
That was the algorithm.
That was messed up.
I didn't even
don't
hear
appreciate
a comma or a period.
I know, right? Like, it was just like da 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 Pika. I'm like, I'm waiting for the
I was
after,
looking at the
and
comments.
she full ass paused, like a period.
Listen, I was looking at the comments.
sorry,
She's calling
if
out
the
the
shoe
cancer.
fits,
The cancer's
motherfuckers.
calling her out. You wrote it. I'm like, wait a minute. What the fuck are you talking about, Pika? Speak your piece.
Oh, I was saying that when he mentioned, if I want to see you be consistent for 21 days, things like that's hashtag cancer. Show me the proof. Where's the fruit?
So my Virgo ascendant would be like, let me get my file cabinet. Hold up.
I got the receipts.
No, point taken, because I've seen people burn out less than 21 days and you can't find them anywhere. All of a sudden, all the places that they were up and they were talking and they were being all enlightened and speaking from a place of enlightenment, and they were having their confirmations. All of a sudden, you don't hear a cricket. You don't hear nothing. Where did they go?
Well, I
Everybody's
can say with personal experience, Tantra, that there are certain practitioners out there that are teaching certain types of spiritual practices maladaptively, that when one reaches a precipice of enlightenment and they are doing the work, that it can derail them. So I give grace to that because I
Bro, Gigi
personally,
muted her. I about died laughing. I'm so sorry.
Gigi muted who?
I said what I said.
Who did she mute?
Take a wild fucking guess.
Did I miss it? Damn,
Yes.
Gigi. Gigi, what I
Gigi
say?
was with the stealth, man.
I missed it. I missed it. It kept going. I just kept talking.
true.
I would glean as to whom we have in common and then go from there. However, where did Gigi go?
Isn't she here?
She is, but she's not on mute. Are we done with the serious part of the live yet? Cause like, bro, I've been on here since friggin' 8. I need not as serious. So finish.
No. You think about it, at this point I would like to end the live. I got something to go do.
Oh, there he goes. Okay.
This glitching thing is extra.
What do you got to go do? That doesn't involve us. Like rude?
No, I got work to do. I know. I got stuff to do. No, because I was utilizing my off days as best as I could to do what I gotta do home and prep and whatever.
Kim is right. You said we had no limit. That is accurate.
Yeah, we had no limit up to that point because you were asking we were gonna cap it at 2. We crossed 4.
Now it's up to a point. Up to a point. Okay.
Okay. Well, you asked when they were talking if we were going to cap it at 2, and I was like, no, no limits.
I'm way
we can
past
go.
my threshold. I'm just gonna talk shit at this point. Back at you. There is no substance here, so I'll just keep going. But you can go. Good night. I love you. I don't need you to stay. I'm just fucking around.
A small thing, but at this point, okay, I will have to go because I got work to do because I need to clear up, finalize some stuff, some paperwork before the end of next week. So I had to start it. That is why I chose to do the stuff today because of what was pending. But I have to say, I love what you guys did. I felt very much honored. Never have I been told so much stuff about myself. I did not know that you guys really valued me. You thought that you were going to compromise me because I think you cried before me. So
I already knew I was gonna cry before you. That was already a given. An Aries against a Cancer has no chance. I'm crying. It's gonna be a thing.
Point taken. Alright,
but it's also because I do care.
So this particular live is going to be stored on my hard drive. It's going to be downloaded and it's going to store on my hard drive. I want to store this.
Why?
Because I want to keep it.
Oh, you're gonna hoard it like a little dragon. That's so sweet. I need to know before you go what you thought of the Batman pictures.
The ones that you sent me?
Yes.
I did.
Because they were funny. They were really bad and really funny.
Yeah. They were like, okay, no. How ironic. The ones that you did with the Hindu guys and them that had the nose ring. How ironic. You cannot tapped into the aspect of South Indian because most South Indian individuals look similar to that. I love the idea that you were able to get Kamala Kali on the helmet or the massive Batman. That looked epic.
Well, they all of them had the same prompt.
Right.
And that's what it created, and it was a whole vibe. But anyway.
No,
Well,
that
you're
was
worth
good.
it, and we love you, and enjoy the Aries full moon. Go cry by yourself about how much people care about you. And yes.
No, it was good. It was good. I mean,
Relish in it. Relish in it.
yeah, I was honestly, I was skeptical, because all of you guys know that I like being in control. I like to more or less know what's coming because I do calculate the stuff. So the idea that I had no idea how this was going to swing, that took me out of my element. But yeah, it was fun. It was fun. All right. The wild card for all my questions, as much Saul would have asked certain questions, my wild card was Pika. Because she would have gone places that, okay, she had to go there. But she played nice. She
You
played
asked me
nice.
to. I listen on occasion.
So yeah, so that kind of thing. I think after this live, my last night before I go would be Saturday. That would be sometime during the evening after 2 o'clock. Just to pop up, just shoot the breeze for about 2-3 hours with whoever comes up, and then I will disconnect the equipment from that point and pack it away. So that might be that an aspect. When I do touch down in Canada, which will be on the 27th, by Monday when I settle in, I do what I gotta do. I will liaise with you, AT, and we will work out some stuff. We'll work out what can be done. If it has to be, it'll have to be after
You're doing what
Halloween.
with Alien T?
Meaning whatever's like going for lunch or whatever he may have planned.
That's
It'll
not
have
what
to be
she said.
Liaison.
Yeah.
He said, "I will lay it with Alien T." That is what he said.
I
and
would laze.
laughed.
I would laze. You are hearing stuff, right? In short, I will check in on Alien T. We will converse, and we will discuss stuff. It most likely will have to be after the 31st of October.
I'm not
because
going. I'll be here.
Yeah, because I'll be because Diwali, Deepavali, and Halloween falls the same day, so I'll be fasting up to that. So like the weekend after, yeah, no problem.
Because he's saying he wants to be able to eat with Alien T, which I don't blame him for.
How are you hearing things that I'm not saying?
We'll have beaver tails or poutine.
Yep.
Ask that question in a room full of fucking psychics. Like, bro, get the fuck out of here.
You know, I haven't had the one with the pulled pork as yet. That's one I haven't had as yet.
Yeah.
So we'll figure out something when I touch down. So let's see how that goes.
That sounds great.
Right. So Pika, if you're the host, you have the second to last say. Well, actually, both of you, Aiden and you have the second to last say. Normally, I give the ending of the live to the guest to close it.
Then I think we should follow suit. Guest, close it.
So you guys had on the say before I end it off.
Yeah. Well, okay, I'm gonna go first then because I can't follow Pika. She's an anchor. He's a closer. It's all okay.
Pika's anchor is sleepy. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah. True. The same thing here too.
Yeah, I won't be long. I do want to say, Pika, thank you for inviting me to be part of this. And Tantra Child, it was an honor because this is a space that you have created. The format, the concept is amazing, and you are an amazing human being. You're an amazing host, and yeah, it was an honor to be here and get to know you better. Thank you.
Was it amazing?
Oh, jeez.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Tantra Child.
Same here, my brother. Same here.
Just caught the tail like last hour or so, but just from what I've gathered so far, like I tried to touch on, I appreciate I can feel your spirit and what's behind your work. And thank you for your work.
Thank you so very
Y'all
much.
can go hang out in the astral together. Y'all can do that. Y'all know how to do that. You can be like, hey.
Yeah, you'll see me. I have like long, curly red hair. You won't miss me.
I'm most like let's not go there.
Kind of. Have you seen the statues in Moses?
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of how I look when my hair is down.
Right. Cool.
So if you see me in the astral, you'll know it's me. But it's red. Remember, it's red.
Not okay. Cool. Sound like a plan. Ball on your court,
All
Pika.
right, which one of y'all just burned out my light? Rude. It got too much energy. My light bulb just went flicker and pop. Scared the fuck out of me. Anyway, Kim, Avita, if you want to say bye or whatever, say it now, because then I'll do my send you off speech.
Okay, I just wanted to say thank you so much for letting me be a part of this tonight. I really enjoyed it. So thank you, Tantra, for having me up.
Thank you for coming. I hope this will not be the last.
It definitely won't be, for sure.
Thank you so
and
much.
I'll see you out there.
I think I might pop into the astral plane sometime in the wee hours in the morning. See what's happening.
Well, me.
Tell me what I look like in the astral. Like, damn. Let a bitch know. Shit.
Anyone saw the ring? The little brat with the long hair and the white dress came out from the little whatever, the well thingy.
Oh, is that what you look like? That totally tracks.
No, that's you.
Me
Go ahead,
personally,
Avita.
this was fun. I didn't really plan to stay that long because I have to get up 4 o'clock in the morning, which is roughly 3 hours from now.
So it's
But-
every day you do no bear?
Oh God, say it softer. But
Why you so, oh God, leave people alone now.
where is that? Leave me alone. I see
Leave
another-
people alone, oh God. Leave people man alone too.
What? Oh my God,
Never.
tantrum. So I just really wanted to say this was fun, and I did enjoy it a lot, and I do enjoy things like this. And for my time to be occupied or engaged to anything, it has to be definitely luring, encouraging, informative, and a vibration that is definitely positive. And everybody here, I can tell, has a very spiritual depth of their navel in the universe and its own origin and its own unique music and tune that it plays to them. And it is a beautiful thing. Yeah. So I enjoy it. And Tantra Talana. And apparently this was when I was supposed to comment. We can look at all the lives that are comments when you was on the forefront. So
Yep.
I reached when I was supposed to reach.
No,
So
my
thank
point
you all.
taken. Yep.
Pika, Alien T, well, Mr. Pocket as well. So it was nice. I enjoyed it. And I will try my
Thank you.
best. Whenever it's having any, I'll always try my best. Tantra, me, I had to say, my schedule, just send me the notification.
Point.
And once I see it,
No, point taken. But now I understand it. I love you for coming and I respect and I love that. But now you have obligations because there are people that want to hear from you. There are people that love your aura, they love your energy, and they would like to hear you speak. So now we have
I
to
just
put.
want to see the chart. I want to see more of that because I like Sages and it brings
Yeah.
joy. But no pressure.
Yeah,
no,
yeah,
I'll
yeah.
definitely, I'll try my utmost best. I think he said he's coming Saturday. You do a live, so I'll try my best to be there. And I know, well, he'll be off for a while because he go in Canada. So just
Yeah,
send
well,
me
the Saturday live is not any particular topic. It's not a topic. It's just me just coming to shoot the breeze with everybody just before I fly out. Before
Yeah,
So
but
just
he's
send
such
me
a
there.
stick in the mud. This is how it is anyway. Like it'll be about the same. Yeah.
Okay, so just
But
send
what
me
I-
just send me the little notification like you know me, and I'll
Yeah,
definitely engage and come in. But I'll try my best after the 25th. Things should start to settle down a little more. Yeah.
Alright.
So I'll have more
Nah.
time. Preparation for presenting it is be kind of tedious. Yeah.
Yeah. I
But
know what I
it was definitely fun. I enjoyed it, and Again, thank you, Tantra Thai darling. We always have it to go in long conversations, and your personality is definitely unique, and I love it. And where people give me love, I give back love. And Alien T, very stern, wise, graceful, and observative.
I was correct. I was correct.
Yeah, his energy is very nice as well. Even the ones who have left GG and so forth, nice persons, nice energy, vibrations, like the colorful rainbow, unique in its own. So I enjoyed it, and thank you all for having me as well. It was fun, it was nice, and we'll do it twice and more.
Lovely, beautiful, love that.
So
I
you
feel
all
like
have a
I can't
blessed
say
night.
much after that. Like, I mean, she ended it pretty. Like,
Oh Lord.
I'm just gonna talk shit. Like, I mean, she ended it nice. It depends how you want to end this.
True,
This
true,
is
true, true, true.
beautiful.
All right. So if you don't also, if you don't have much to add to that, so I mean, she did more or less hit it out of the park. I want to thank everyone for coming on the live, who came, everyone who helped us broke record, because we surpassed 4 hours, which is awesome. So this is the longest live I have done as at a round table. How ironic is where I am the guest. I want to thank the hosts and them who did a marvelous job. It's something that was very much touching. It was enjoyable. I felt, very much honored by all of you. The questions that you guys asked was very much, how should I say, precise to me, because I get to express myself and state where I think. I mean, it sounded kind of odd, but then I kind of settled in, so where I was able to be natural and be me. So I kind of thank you guys for all that and so forth. I would love to do this again, something similar to this again, but let's see how it goes. When I come back, I got some stuff to take care with a lot of people, and I want to keep those commitments. And what people have asked of Tantra Child, when I come back, I will deliver, because I have been listening to everyone. I have been taking my notes. So when I come back, there are going to be a lot of stuff that I used to do before. I think Pika, it started with you asking about certain things. So there's a lot of things that are going to be done from what I used to do before in the beginning, and a lot of new stuff. What I'm doing now, like the round table, spiritual discussions, and so forth, those are going to get beefed up and are revamped in aspect to be structured a little more than it is. And we're going to take it at a different level. So I want to thank everyone who came and showed their support, showed their love, everybody with their loving comments and so forth. The little debate after with Sage and My Sage, when Kim, all of them, Pocket. I want to thank you all for this. It has been a blessed night.
You're worth it, kid. When you see it, you feel it.
Yep.
I'm going to make a suggestion here.
Go ahead.
Did we get the live at 8 p.m. on the nose? You remember?
Yeah, we did.
You were late.
Okay. I was waiting for it. Because in 1 minute, it'll be 4 hours and 44 minutes. If you want to wait a minute, that's how long the live will be.
So we're going to go be at 444.
Roughly, yeah.
Correct.
Not bad. Good idea. Not bad. Yeah. So yeah.
So I have another question. Sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. No.
Oh man.
Well, let's hear the question.
Do it.
Let's hear the
Do
question.
it.
I can't remember. I think I may have asked you, and I can't remember. So if I have,
Go ahead.
in Hinduism, which deity best reflects your current path? What do you connect with?
I connect with a few people. Well, it's actually a combination. To say no, okay, I lie. There's one person. I mean, I like the ones of them that are more robust to Lord Shiva. So it would be an avatar of Lord Shiva, but he's not like the others. He's the most humble of all, which would be Lord Hanuman. He is very much strong. He's very much humble. He's very much knowledgeable. He is patient with a lot of people. He stands for Dharma. He will not take disrespect of anyone, nor those that he loves and cherishes. He will not stand for that disrespect. And, he is everything that a human should be, in aspect of how a person who's devoted to God should be, in aspect. So it would be him, in aspect. And how ironic, the video that you guys did, how say when I was watching it, it's
actually, what did you think of that video? Because someone felt a certain kind of way about how he didn't think you liked it. I'm just saying, I'm throwing you under the bus, AT. I am.
What? Because when
he thought you didn't like it.
No, that's
why
not
would I not?
That's not what I said.
I got receipts, motherfucker. You wanna push it? I will show it. I don't care.
Show it. It said it wasn't about the content. It was about maybe that we did it, and maybe he wasn't aware of it.
No, he asked us to do it. Anyway.
Maybe Gigi
what did you think of the video?
Had one.
All right, so let me get one thing. So when I gave Pika full rights to do everything with the live, is that she would do the video, everything. I have no control over how she does it. When I saw it, it was how ironic. The video was perfect because I think the first picture where my name was mentioned, or just before my name was mentioned, it would have had what was it, Brahma. I think with Saul, it had a picture of Lord Shiva. How ironic to tie in with Alien T's love and admire for Lord Hanuman. His picture was just before Alien T. His name or his aspect of he being the next thing. It's like, yeah, that make a lot of sense. And I was like, yeah, perfect. Honestly, perfect. There was nothing about it that I didn't like in aspect because it resonated with each one of that aspect because Alien T is being that humble person, loyal, caring and aspect. Lord Shiva for me with Saul is that sharp mind, very in that meditative state, but very sharp, very subtle, but very explosive when needed. Then you had Pika, and Pika was perfect in doing her one too. I was actually looking for a Lakshmi pick, but there wasn't there. I was like, okay, cool. But I loved it. The video was on point.
Yeah, I may have picked the wrong image for Lakshmi. I thought I picked Lakshmi, but I guess not.
No, but it was perfect. Everything about the video
I thought
was
it was
perfect.
Lakshmi. Now I gotta rewatch the damn thing. I was pretty sure it was Lakshmi, but
right. But still, it was perfect. Right. It was perfect in every essence. It was suitable because.
AT, I'm not gonna lie to you. I questioned why the hell you put the song with London in it. I was a little like, what is that? That was it. But the rest of the song, like, it worked and flowed well. But it was like something London, and I'm like, I don't get it. And then it kept going. I was like, oh, now I get it. There is my critique.
No, correction. Because when I heard it, like London, okay. Well, how does this resonate? Yeah. But then when you heard the rest of the song was like, ew.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like I know, right? Like the first part, it's like freaking why this one, and then it kept going, and it made sense, and I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
So,
but it worked perfectly
with the visuals and
yeah. So the video was perfect. You guys held awesome live. It has surpassed a lot of my expectations. It has surpassed.
I still have more questions. I ran out of time.
Well, you and I can hold a live, and you can ask more questions.
Oh, by the time that happens, I'll have more, so it'll be perfect. But I did really like how you answered everything. There's such a unique way that you answer the questions in their full capacity of what's needed. It's kind of like when Saul said, like, yeah, you answered everything I asked, and then Alien T also reiterated, yeah, I'm pretty sure you went over it, like, before I, like, you're like, did I ask the second one? Anyway, I'll gush later, because you know I love you. I support what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
I think that it's needed. I think you're a pain in the ass.
Of
And I
course.
think that combination is so beautifully unique, and I cannot wait to see a little bit more Ravi come through with Tantra Child. And I already
No,
see
that
it in this.
no, that's why. No, that is
Like,
why
I
when
see
he asked
it.
the question, yeah, that is why when they asked about the aspect, I gave the aspect that it was wrong for me to pretend I was separating both of them when that cannot happen. So, and for the longest while, Gigi was behind me. That's like you speak about they being two
Just
person, they are
Gigi,
one.
huh? Okay.
Well, okay, Pika, you too, right? So that kind of thing,
Yeah,
and
girl,
it
Gigi,
is.
I was on his ass about that too, just stating.
Yeah. So, but what I can promise you guys is that going forward, is that you are going to be able to see both individuals. You're going to be able to sit with both Tantra Child and Ravi, and you're going to see them in everything that I do because why? Both is needed. One cannot more or less exist without the other. So you guys are going to see that. Um, so, but again, there's so much I want to say that is going to happen, but I don't want to put the cart before the horse. So I can say this much: I'm not going to give you guys a preview. I'm not going to announce it. I'm just going to open the gates and let it roll. Let's let it go. Whatever I'm doing, I'm just going to bring the videos. I'm just going to pop the videos out or whatever I'm doing.
Sounds good to me.
I just want people to like, oh, so that's what he was talking about. But there are stuff coming. What I want to do, I want to expand Tantra a little more in what I'm already doing and reinforce what is already established. So yeah, there's going to be a lot more. What I plan to
wanna-
do with.
Can you
Go ahead.
add Pocket to the round table? Because I want to know fucking more about him. He just pops in, and I don't know enough about him, and it bothers me. I want to know some more. Just throwing that out there. I think he's interesting, and I don't know him enough to even state that. So where that came from, I don't know.
No problem. I will have to liaise with Gigi to see the list of who it is. I know I'm supposed to have you on when I come back. I know that we had spoken the time frame that I want to do it would be Thanksgiving season. So it's not going to be actually the Tuesday itself. I was looking at the Friday or the Saturday when I come back, not the Tuesday itself.
You'll have to remind me
Because-
of the dates, bro, because I don't remember.
No,
I'd
I
have
will.
to,
No,
like,
I will.
look
I
at-
will.
yeah,
I
we'll
will.
talk
No, I
about
will
it.
message you. I will message you, and you'll let me know because I had to work around your schedule.
Yeah, no worries.
I'll be
Right.
hopping around. It'll line up when it's supposed to, man. And
Yeah.
that's all on me. That's your bag, you know. Not,
Right.
I'm not pushing, but you'll see me. You'll get to know me, and
Yeah, sorry. I'm just like this. When I find one of us, I get excited and I want to know all the things. So this is it. This is what happened.
Right. So
yeah,
it has that.
You have plenty of work to do, so, and thank you for it.
All right, people. So at this
Say
particular
goodnight.
point, all right, I want to say good night to everyone. Good morning to others. I want to thank everyone for the magnificent live. This was very epic. This was very touching for me, and I want to thank everybody who was a part of it. All right. So thank you, everyone. Good night, and I will see you at the next live, which should be, let's say, next week Saturday, depending. If I can go live before that with my schedule, I'll pop up and do some stuff. But thank you to everyone for coming. Good night, everyone.
Bye.
Goodbye. Good night. Later.